Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Wenn ich zu hören bin, dann gebt mir mal ein Zeichen. Im Stream kommt es ja ein bisschen später. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Ja, super.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to, first of all, welcome State Secretary Ms. Kluckert, and of course, Ms. Plöger from the BDE, and Mr. Kotawavi, who are joining us today for this European Data Summit, but also the distinguished representatives of the European Commission and the German government, and of course, the German Bundestag. And of course, welcome also all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon with sunshine in Berlin. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you here in our academy in Berlin on behalf of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. I speak here today in my capacity as treasurer of the Adenauer Foundation. I welcome you all to this landmark event for the exchange on data-related politics. Enabling innovation, boosting competition. This title of our summit this year is an excellent expression of what we want to achieve. This year marks the 6th European Data Summit. Over the past 5 years, in these summits, more than 300 speakers have spoken at this summit. The summit has become a landmark event, as I say, and it's critically important that we keep in mind how, in principle, we want to approach markets and innovation. Enabling innovation, boosting competition, that is what our consumers and our businesses expect from policymakers, because that opens up opportunities and at the same time deals with challenges of market and data abuse. Yet we must recognize that in today's world, to find societal consent on data storage and usage, the core issue is probably more now data security, and it becomes more and more critical as the prerequisite for many use cases of the digital services and efficiencies. Both the private and the public sector want to offer our societies. Let me give you one example. How shall the interface between citizens and public administration become more efficient if we can't solve the still looming ID issue for digital interaction, the e-ID topic? Furthermore, all bank customers here in this room, and I'm sure everybody here has a bank account, know the suffering from the Know Your Customer rules that we have, where we every year need to fill in forms with basically the same information that then actually is stored on many bank cloud accounts. Wouldn't it be much more efficient if we had one ID that would be available for all these forms across the business and the government sector? And isn't it funny that to some extent the governments actually are requesting the private sector to collect all this data, which they, as a government, actually have in store, to the large extent at least. So one can see that between the private and the public sector, actually there is still a lot of efficiency to be found, and actually to take off bureaucracy from many of what we do in our businesses. And frankly, the shortage of well-trained service clerks will teach us soon that we need to focus our efforts on both the digital efficiency and the digital security at the same time. As you can see from this example, at the time when the Adenauer-Stiftung initiated this summit, we wanted to address the various aspects of the digital economy in a comprehensive way. Today, it has become even more obvious how important this is. Dealing only with privacy or competition in a siloed manner and not addressing the cloud sector, for example, makes little sense. It was also clear from the beginning that Germany cannot deal with the digital economy alone, and it would certainly be against the spirit of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation not to address the regulatory challenges in the digital economy also at the European and the transatlantic level. A functional social market economy needs functioning market mechanisms, and in line with the principles of the social market economy, we have advocated a mandatory data publication approach, for instance, in the area of open data for the public administration and for public undertakings. If I may say that as a side note, I've once visited the city of San Francisco because I thought that's where you can actually learn how public administration is dealing with digital activities of its administration. What I learned there was once the city actually put all the data public, what do you think who actually were those who used this open access to the city data the most? It were all city employees. They needed actually the silos come down in their own administration, not the journalists who were looking for some interesting stories. Fighting abuses of market dominance is at the heart of the social market economy, and hence we advocate for a clear new regulatory framework when markets do not perform. Much has happened since we kickstarted the European Data Summit in 2018, and during these past summits, as many of those present will remember, one focus of the debates has been the General Data Protection Regulation. Today, we focus more on the Data Act as well as the Digital Markets Act, as implementation of these acts has just started a couple of weeks ago. Not only are these new landmark legislations, they are testimony to the continued relevance of the discussions here at the European Data Summit. The digital economy is an ever-evolving field. To harness its potential, we must continue to strive to make it the best possible market for consumers and producers alike. The European economy is still in a very poor growth status for many years, despite many years of very favorable financial conditions. And we need to ask ourselves, why are we lagging in many of these new businesses where, in particular, our US competitors have actually created an entirely new ecosystem with new ways of growth and new actually services for global consumers that we have actually failed to attack. Now, what's on the agenda for today's 2024 European Data Summit? We all know new developments also in the data world can change the rules of the game. One recent development was the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk. Musk, however, did not only rename Twitter to X, but has also resigned it as a platform with virtually no limitations for free speech. Let's be clear, it would be a mistake to single out but one of the many platforms. All of them have issues in this area. And this issue is far-reaching. Are we prepared for the pitfalls stemming from worldwide communication platforms where fake news and disgusting hate chats are finding an open distribution channel, where extremists can advocate racism? Is the platform the problem or the usage of the platform? And how do users react? Are they voting with their feet? Is being silent approval? How do open societies deal with such behavior? The democratic culture of debate and free speech face critical challenges when clouds develop where the undermining of democratic institutions are the declared target. To be clear, we all face these challenges because we all are shaping our democratic culture. Thus, the ultimate question is how to maintain and strengthen the internet as a tool for more free speech, for open exchange, and of course, also as a space for global connectivity and knowledge sharing. The internet has all the potential to spread out ideals of freedom and democracy. Let's use it for that. Specifically, this summit aims to look at three issues: how to make the legal framework work, how to boost competition in Europe, and how to evaluate regulatory success and the need for improvement. Keeping in mind that many consider Europe as a regulatory superpower, this year's summit offers the opportunity to discuss what digital Europe has achieved over the past couple of years and what is essential for the new Commission in the coming period, which is upon us, as we all know. Finally, let me conclude by saying we are glad that this year's summit is organized in an excellent cooperation and support by the BDI, the Federation of German Industries. I have to translate this because I never used BDI actually in English, so I guess everybody else will probably understand what I mean. So an excellent cooperation and support by the BDI, and we appreciate that support very much. But before I hand the podium over to Iris Plöger, who is a member of the executive board of the BDI, let me just make some closing remarks from my side here. You probably know that the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for some time now has three key themes that we actually put on front of our activities every year, and we sometimes adjust them a bit. This year, the three key themes are called peace and security, sustainability needs innovation, and democracy needs commitment, engagement, and participation. Maybe to some extent one can say that this summit actually brings all these three topics: security, innovation, and participation in democracy together. And I think when we go into today's agenda, let us also think of those who do not have the chance to participate in democratic exchanges and debates like we do today, who do not have the chance to speak their minds. And let us think of those who see their freedom and their lives threatened every day in the real world, specifically by the aggression of Russia in the Ukraine or by terrorist attacks on Israel or the still looming civil war in Syria. Yet we all long for peace, but we also know that peace without freedom is no real peace. And not here, not in Israel, and not in the Ukraine. Konrad-Adenauer's famous sentence, "We choose freedom," wir wählen die Freiheit, is today as relevant as it was when he coined it in the 50s. We have challenging times, but it's the spirit of freedom that must prevail against the enemies of open societies. And let us use the debate at this European Data Summit also to follow exactly those ideas under the headline, Enabling Innovation and Boosting Competition. Thank you very much, and I now hand it over to Ms. Blöker from the BDI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brandt, for the kind introduction, and dear Ms. State Secretary Daniela Kluckert, dear Mr. Brandt, dear participants and guests here in the Academy of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation and in the live stream. On behalf of BDI, it is also my great pleasure to welcome you all to the European Data Summit 2024. We are very happy to be the co-organizer of this year's event, and I extend my deepest gratitude to the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation for the great contribution and their hospitality here in the Academy, which has quite a tradition, as I know. Talking about data policy is currently more important than ever. We just heard that. The legal framework for handling data has been fundamentally adapted with numerous pieces of legislation at European level. Especially the latest discussion on the EU Data Act and the EU AI Act have a massive impact on business models of industry companies. However, I have the impression that the innovation potential of these new rules is still very vague and unclear. On top, there are still many questions as how these new legal texts must be interpreted in practice. So it is really unclear if the new legal files really boost the data innovation potential of German and European business. On the other side, we need to speed up when it comes to data use and data exchange of industrial data. This was recently underlined once again. According to a study by the EW Cologne, only just 30% of all companies in Germany have the necessary data readiness to facilitate data for innovative purposes. Additionally, over 60% of companies complain about legal obstacles when it comes to data sharing, especially the interplay with the GDPR. The good news is the ongoing implementation of the new digital laws gives the opportunity to reduce legal uncertainties for companies and avoid excessive bureaucracy, hopefully. I'm therefore deeply convinced that we now need a streamlined implementation of the new EU digital acts at national level. We need a bundling of the national competences of the competent authorities, including executive processes and standardization processes, and a moderate sanctions framework. Companies need a single point of contact for how the new EU requirements are to be implemented in practice. The focus of the competent authorities must be on enabling and not on sanctioning. Politicians have recently proudly proclaimed that Europe is the first mover in digital regulation. However, the EU Digital Acts can only be successful if we now also become first movers in implementation. Only if we put together the different mosaic pieces of legal framework, cloud sovereignty, data spaces, standards, interoperability, computing infrastructure, etc., we will be able to become a true data InnoNation. We need to set the path for this now. This is why the European Data Summit 2024 is focusing on data innovations. We want to analyze the implications of the new EU regulatory framework for data, particularly the Data Act, AI Act, and Digital Markets Act, and its impact on data and competition law. Moreover, we seek to explore how initiatives such as Gaia X and other data spaces, for example, Manufacturing X, Catena X, interplay with these frameworks. As we embark on this journey of exploration and dialogue, I'm particularly excited about the keynote address from Daniela Kluckert, the Parliamentary State Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport. In conclusion, I urge all of you to actively engage in the sessions ahead and share your expertise so that Germany and Europe will drive meaningful progress in their way towards data InnoNation. Thank you once again for your presence, and I wish you all and all of us an insightful European Data Summit 2024. I hand over to Lina Oesch, and thank you.
Hear me in the live stream? I hope so. Welcome also from my end. I'm Lina Rusch. I'm a journalist working at Tagesspiegel background here in Berlin and following the data innovation and regulation debate for a long time, and therefore always happy to come back to this summit. It's been quite of an exciting week already in terms of national data policy. We finally found out who will be the new federal data protection commissioner. Luisa Specht-Riemenschneider, I think, is no stranger to this conference and these debates here. And if you've worked with her, you probably know what kind of approach she stands for, more enabling rather than restricting. So I personally can't believe it's only Wednesday and we have 3 days of these discussions still ahead of us. Before we start with the opening panel, I have the pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Daniela Kluckert. She's a Parliamentary State Secretary in the Federal Ministry for Digital Affairs and Transport, where she, amongst other topics, is responsible for digital infrastructure and society, the intersection of mobility and data, of course, being very relevant to our discussions here today. She's a member of the FDP Liberal Parliamentary Group since 2017 and former member of the AI Special Committee in the Bundestag. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Iris Plöger, dear Christoph Brent, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to be here with you today. Our European Union is a frontrunner in the area of digital and policies, especially when it's come to digital and data regulation. At the same time, we are lagging behind the US and China. You said that. Currently, other countries are simply better in developing and scaling data-based business models. But our new regulatory framework aims to make access to data fairer and more competitive while increasing the overall use of data. When we talk about data economy, we must also talk about artificial intelligence. It is a game changer and a driver for innovation. AI changes our everyday life, our work, our production. AI harbors an enormous potential. In Germany alone, generative AI could contribute around 330 billion euros in value. The German AI startup scene is already developing extremely well. Last year alone, here in Germany, more than 500 AI startups were founded. That is an increase of 67% within 1 year. These emerging trends towards innovation are really encouraging. And to support this trend, we need practical rules that strike a balance between innovation and safety. The European AI Act aims to achieve, I think, really precisely this. The compromise reached provides a reliable framework and an innovation-friendly orientation. Our goal must be to ensure that we, Germany and Europe, are at the forefront of developing trustworthy AI applications. Complete digitalization is a living process and will probably never be completed. But it will always be driven forward by new impulses and innovative ideas. Your ideas, your impulses. The data economy is currently evolving globally at a very dynamic pace. With regard to the data economy, we discover numerous frameworks that interact with the use, provision, and processing of data. Yet these frameworks focus mainly on the protection of certain data. What has been missing so far is an overarching framework that focuses on fostering data usage, data sharing, and innovation. In order to boost the European data economy, two preconditions are to be met. Firstly, data owners should be aware of the possibilities of offering data. And secondly, a framework is needed that offers minimum interventions and maximum legal certainty with respect to data usage rights and data sharing. This is why the Data Act is designed to break down data silos and strike a delicate balance between data protection and data sharing. It opens up remaining data silos and empowers stakeholders of the data economy. But our actions as politicians are not limited to strategies and legislation. We also promote our goals in practical terms with our two data infrastructures, the Mobilität and the German Mobility Data Space. With the Mobilität, the BMDV offers central and user-friendly access to mobility data for everybody. It provides access to open government mobility data as well as traffic and travel information. Everybody can use it. Additionally, our mobility data space offers a whole ecosystem in which data providers can specify and control the conditions under which their data can be used by third parties. This approach creates data sovereignty as well as trust. Data users can be sure about data origin and quality, which is especially crucial for the exchange of sensitive mobility data. Ensuring interface between different data spaces promises great additional benefits. For example, supply chains could be digitally connected by integrating data from production, logistics, and distribution, improving flexibility, resilience, efficiency, profitability, and customer satisfaction. The EU Commission additionally started the initiative of a common Euro mobility data space, in short EMDS. The core aim is to ensure interface between European data infrastructure. The EMDS will help market actors and public authorities to find, access, and use relevant data more easily. It will support the shift to sustainable and smart mobility, enabling more efficient transport and mobility services, and thus reducing emissions. Market actors can benefit from new business and innovation opportunities to develop innovative transportation services and technologies. Collaboration through simplified data access and sharing facilitates the formation of partnerships and the integration of services into broader mobility ecosystems. These examples of our current agenda and the topics you will discuss later on in this conference demonstrate that innovation and economic success needs courage and thirst for action. We are ready to support you in your endeavors by contributing political tailwind to make your innovation fly and grow. I wish you a successful conference today with lots of exchange and networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insights, especially regarding the BMDV's projects that you are involved with and your overall big picture. The tailwind will definitely be talking about how you can give this tailwind to the industry. I think we have a short moment, so Pencha has prepared some questions.
Okay. I know that we're running out of time. Just two short questions. I'm going to bundle them, although I'm every time in favor of unbundling, but this time I'm going to mix them. We are the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and we know in Europe we have, as an economic model, social market economy. But still, in the area of data innovation, I'm wondering how much regulation do data innovation actually need? And maybe the second short question, we have in a couple of months the European elections. What's on your wish list for the next European Commission?
Okay, first, I really think we had a lot of regulations in the last few years. And I think at the moment we really should focus on first to implement all these regulations, and second, to really check these regulations we did in the last few years, or we produced in the last few years, and if it's necessary, also to adjust them. And the second question was my wish to the next European Commission. We are really working hard at the moment in Germany to reduce red tape. And my big wish is for the next years in the EU Commission or in Europe, we really shouldn't produce more of them. We really should try to reduce it and not just producing red tape, to make it for our businesses and for our economy harder and harder to produce and work in Germany and Europe.
Many thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Great. So it's time for our opening panel. When they are done saying goodbyes, I will welcome for this panel Iris Plöger from the BDI. She has already spoken to you, so she needs no further introduction, but a warm welcome again.
Thank you, sir.
With us from the data-savvy country of Finland is Jaana Sinipuro, CEO of the data space Europe OI, if that's pronounced correctly. Welcome. This is the first accredited data intermediary organization in the EU. As Jaana has told me, she calls herself a fair data evangelist, having worked at the Finnish innovation agency and think tank Sitra for several years. But Jaana also has an industry background, having worked with SAS, not the airline, but the software company, for 1.5 decades. Thank you for joining us. And I hope he's connected virtually to us. I can see him now. Great. I believe it's not a Sitzungswoche in the parliament, so that's why he cannot be there. It's Thomas Jatzombeck, MP of the Christian Democrats, long-time digital policy expert, who held also the role of digital policy coordinator in the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs in the previous administration. Thank you for joining us. So let's get started. The topic of our panel, and hence also the opening question, is for us, data innovation made in Europe, one click away. I would like to add the word really, like, is it really just one click away? We've obviously seen so much regulation passed now, so much that the state secretary is saying, stop, we don't need more. Let's start with Iris Plöger, then Jaana Sinipuro, and then Thomas Jatzombeck. In case you have children, you know this question, are we there yet?
I just wonder what the answer of my children would be to that question. It depends. Well, definitely we are not one click away. I think we all agree upon that. Probably we will repeat that a couple of times during the next day. We sometimes call it even the regulation tsunami we've seen with regard to data sharing policy within the EU. I mean, we had broad discussions the years before how we could make better usage of data, and there definitely was a certain need of getting into legislative action, so to say, but now we have really, really complex regulation which kind of overlap with each other, and that is really a huge challenge for industry in Europe. So therefore, I can just pick up what Daniela Klucker just said. It's, I mean, if we want to be the first mover here in a regulation, we really have to put all the efforts in Europe into implementing this regulation and do a wise and efficient regulation implementation. And I mentioned the sanctions before. I mean, this is always a huge threat for companies, and we've seen that with the GDPR in the past. If you have all this huge sanction catalog, companies just stay away from even going into these digital processes. And this is the last thing that should happen, because if you see all these indexes in Europe, just looking at our home country, Germany here, we are really not way ahead, and we have to get into the doing of digital processes, and we need a regulation that empowers that and not that hinders it.
We'll definitely be talking about those sanctions more, I think. But first of all, Jana.
Yes, I think we are very strong on the supply side. So we've been building a strong foundations, good regulation, lots of technology research and kind of research activities around the digital economy and data economy. So facilities are there, but we are not focusing enough on the demand side and motivating businesses to challenge themselves on the mindset, sharing data, co-innovation, sharing their insights based on the data. So I think we are still lacking these use cases. We are lacking clear business cases, and also maybe encouraging SMEs to participate in these large lighthouse projects that we are currently seeing, for instance, in Gaia-X. So this kind of mix of ideas, that's crucial when we are talking about innovation. I think that's one of the missing clicks we still need to find, how to make that happen.
Great. Thomas Jatzombeck.
So, again, sorry that I'm only connected over the internet, but a good sign for the data business Germany works somehow. And yeah, I think so. It's funny to hear from Daniela Klucker that there's too much regulation and now it should stop here. It should have stopped before. So that's what I think. If you look at the AI Act, it's a very complex regulation. And together with all the other regulation schemes, it's nearly impossible for any startup or SME to fulfill all the needs from this regulation. And so I believe the next step must be for us to make it simpler and to make it more European. So this is my most important point, because if you go back to the oldest one of all these, the GDPR, you can see that in Germany you have these 16 DPAs and the national one on top of it. And I'm very happy that she's more an enabler than a disabler, but nevertheless she doesn't have all the power. Most of the power comes from the DPAs of the Länder. And so I think what's really important is to have a common European enforcement for that. So this must be the next level. So we are having European elections, and this is my most important point, that it's absolutely crucial that we get a European DPA that enforces these rules all over Europe in the same way, from Ireland to North Rhine-Westphalia. So, and from this point starting, maybe we can also fix other things, and I'm happy to hear Gaia-X, because this is something we tried in the last period with some successes and also with some losses. Nevertheless, the idea behind was to enable sharing of data, to make it easier, and also to find business cases for sharing, especially machine data. And I think this is not a bad idea, and when you look at the automotive sector with Max, you can see in some fields it succeeded. And why doesn't it succeed in other fields? So this would be also a point for the work of the next months.
Thank you. So we're ranging between the European level now and the national level. To the international guests, excuse us, but it's actually quite, these are quite some recent developments, and I would like to ask as a follow-up to what Iris Plöger has already demanded regarding the national implementation of the Data Act and the Data Governance Act now. You're asking for a single point of contact, you're asking for moderate sanction for German businesses. What insights do you already have into that legislative process, which is not really open yet, but maybe you can already say in what direction is it going, and how much leeway do we actually have as Germany in terms of the Data Act
You should have
implementation?
better asked Daniela Kluckert
Yes.
regarding the insights, because I cannot deliver that. I can only, of course, talk about our view on this.
Yes.
But we've seen in the last, I think we have a special system in Germany since we have this federal state system, and Finland, other countries better off probably with having a more focused, centralized system. Whatever, that's where we start from. And I think the GDPR, Thomas Jatzombeck just mentioned, is a good example that we don't even speak with one voice within Germany, which makes it more difficult to find a harmonized standard on the EU level. So this should not happen again, and I think this is pretty much everyone is clear that we shouldn't get back into that mousetrap, I would say. So we've seen that since most of the authorities are located in Bonn, they just announced that they would have a digital cluster in Bonn, which we really appreciate, of course, because it doesn't really matter to us which administration is in charge of something. For companies, it's just important that they have, as I said, maybe one single point of contact once they start to get into that. And they need a system with all these interfering and overlapping regulation, who to turn to. And this is really something we've seen with complex regulation, not only in the digital area, that it's that if you do not get the support from administration, people and companies lose their confidence that things are working, and then they feel left alone with a complex regulation, and they don't know who to turn to. And this is in the end something that is maybe for the benefit of consultancy firms and law firms, but that shouldn't be the purpose of legislation. So we have a high expectation on the German administrative responsible people to really get a good solution, because we want to have harmonized processes in the end. And countries like Finland, they can handle with 5 different German authorities on this. They also wish to have one voice and one single point of contact who sees the AI Act at the same point as they see the Data Act or the DMA.
So would you be a proponent of this idea of one digital agency overlooking all these legislations next to each other?
Well, the first reflex of a representative of the German Federation of Industry probably would say, please do not create another bureaucracy here. But I mean, in these days, you could have it rather in a virtual dimension. So if you had a digital agency who brings together the competent persons from all the different administrations we have in place, that would be fine for us, because we've been always arguing that we want to keep the excellence within the administration where it has been before, but we see that it needs to have a digital component at this time. So if you had a kind of a virtual digital agency, go ahead. We've been talking about a digital ministry in the past. That has not worked out so far, and something has to happen in this country for sure, also for the benefit of Europe.
Jana, is it really like that? Should we look at Finland in this regard, in these questions? Is it really like that?
Well, it's so simple for us because we are so small country, but I think that what I learned during those years I was working at Citra is that this collaboration between private companies and public sector is crucial for a small country like us to survive. So I think that was a good background when we start, like Data Space Europe. We've been developing our solutions since 2016 in a close collaboration with authorities. And we are a private company, but when DGA, we are the #1 and only data intermediation service provider in EU. And I think that's due to the fact that we had a very good collaboration with Traficom and with the ministry. So the local legislation was there, and it was quite like a common goal to get this status to
Working
Finland
hand in
being,
hand. Yeah.
So I think that's a good communication between. That's much easier in a small country like Finland. But of course, having common guidelines, having these kind of conceptual frameworks, that's definitely needed.
And can you talk a little bit about how the business model with the data intermediary works and how it's being taken up by what kind of actors?
Of course, we are counting for the Data Act to increase the volume of data.
Yeah.
And actually, our main owners are the Finnish Farmers and Forest Owners Association, and Cinia, which is the state-owned company specialized on cybersecurity and data networks. And then we have a couple of other owners, and Finnish Climate Fund is funding us for the sustainability, because they are thinking that there will be a vast amount of very complex data sources that you need to have for the traceability and sustainability. So that's our ownership structure is a little bit special, but I think it also adds on trustworthiness. So we are starting from the farmers and from the agricultural sector. So we are mixing this personal data and consent-based data sharing ideology to this industrial data sharing. So basically being a data intermediary, only being able to operate on the metadata or not through the data, doing nothing with the data, but creating aftermarkets for data. So basically creating, on a farmer's consent, creating kind of marketplace for data holders and service providers to meet with each other, and then reuse the data for aftermarkets of data, so data-driven services and innovations. So, but so far, I think we are in this valley of death, because it's we are a business-driven company and relying on the regulation and thinking that there will be a large potential for data sharing, enabling farmers to get equal access to the machinery data when Data Act is effective. But now building, and that comes back to this demand. How can we create demand for data-driven services, and how can we make data holders to understand their rights and kind of negotiate on equal terms. So I think that after all the experience from Citra building the fair data economy, I now put my skin on the game and just hope that this will be a good approach.
I hope to see you again next year, and well, maybe in 2 years, and then we'll see how it will have turned out. Thomas Jatzombeck, you just heard Valley of Death. I had to think who I heard this quote from recently, but I think it wasn't you, but Rafael Laguna. In any case, the government has some plans to add some more institutions even to this. You already mentioned quite diverse public structure, namely Data Institute. We've actually talked about this Data Institute for many years here at this conference, and now looks like it's actually gonna happen. There's also more legislation coming at national level, like a research data law, which might again include a micro data center of sorts. Do you believe that these enabling structures, so to say, are gonna help?
So to be transparent on my agenda today, I was already on the panel this morning.
Oh, you didn't tell us.
These issues already there.
Oh.
And so they came up with wording that said, so we are a little bit tired of all these agencies.
Oh.
So am I. So we founded so many agencies also in the last period, but right now I don't think this works out because the governance for public agencies is quite complex. You can see this with our SWINT agency. It's so to say the German Data, and we were forced by our old coalition partner, the Social Democrats, to build two of them, one for dual use and the other one for civil use, and so it's pretty complex. And for 3 years we had to debate about how to give them the freedom that they need to operate. And we see also a lot of further agencies right now. The Ministry of Research is trying to build a new transfer agency at a new location with a new team, with new structures. And so in the end, I believe we need less and not more of agencies and everything around that. And what really concerns me is the question of how to enforce this AI Act, because I had dialogue with some of these AI companies during the last weeks. And as far as I hear, these DPAs from the lender, they already go to these companies and say, so maybe we're responsible, but right now, as there's this AI Act upcoming, we just want to know what you're doing exactly. And one of these companies, they're producing language apps for learning languages. I think this is not a real high-risk profile, but it's pretty complex to get out of the regulation to be on this highest level of high-risk applications. And now it seems to happen again, what we already saw on GDPR, that all these local authorities start building a lot of bureaucracy that's unable to fulfill by smaller companies. And I'm pretty concerned about that. And I think it's absolutely necessary to get very quickly a national law that defines how this AI Act is going to be enforced. And obviously, it's necessary to have this on a national level enforced. And when we're up to this, the question is how will they communicate on this national level AI agency with all these regional GDPR authorities? And I think this is a pretty complex situation right now. And there's more ambition needed. I have not heard anything from Daniela on this issue. And I think this is one of the hottest topics that we're discussing right now.
Yeah, I also was not aware that the data protection officers are already doing that kind of thing. I thought it's only like inquiring with OpenAI, like this whole process about the training data and so on. But if it's already, is it a small company? I don't know if you can openly talk about it, or is it a big language app?
I can send you an email about that.
Oh, thanks. Okay, great. Maybe, yeah, Iris Plöger, you were very engaged as the BDI in the Data Act debate, of course. The issue of the sharing of trade secrets was a huge issue for you in that regard. Has the recent wave of AI and us knowing about the usage of training data at mass, has that at all raised more concerns for you in that regard, and how are companies dealing with the preparations maybe now for the Data Act?
Well, I think the situation simply becomes even more complex with every regulation you add. So I think there's still a lot of open questions with regard to the EU Data Act and the trade secrets. And if you combine that with the implementation of the AI Act and all the legal acts that are behind the AI Act and all the undefined legal terms you have in that. For example, just looking at the AI Act, I know you've been asking about the Data Act, there's still for me, it's an open question whether you have interference with the MDR. So the entire health industry is really upset about the fact that they do not get a clear answer on the fact whether where's the fine line between the AI Act and the MDR. So you have the risk of double regulation and maybe even conflicting regulation. And we'll see that at a lot of different spots of legislation. And I mean, we are a federation of all umbrella organization for other federations. So when we are asked to comment on the Data Act or the AI Act, there's always someone calling up and say, how can you even be supportive in any way? Because we don't have a clear overview what kind of harm this could cause. So, but we are at the point where there was a strong political will to complete all this legislation in this period of the EU Commission. And even though we thought there was no need for that at this point, and since a lot of questions are still left open at the AI Act, I think it's even more important to have a precise view on how we want to implement that, because the devil is in the detail, I guess. You know, if Thomas Sombeck already says that the DPAs are eager to get into this topic, I get a bit nervous, to be honest. Looking at the Data Act, maybe to come back to the Data Act, we also felt we didn't have that time pressure. If we've mentioned Gaia X, but of course we see all the data spaces. I've been mentioning Manufacturing X, Catena X. There are many where we'll see hopefully some quite progress on the Hannover Fair next week. I'm sorry. So thank you. So I think give these data spaces a chance. You could say, okay, these data spaces have been triggered by the fact that there was a regulation coming up at the horizon, but they need time to build up. And I mentioned the mosaic picture before, but I think we have a lot of things that we started in the last couple of years, and now it is our joint effort, should be our joint effort, to connect Gaia X with the data spaces, to look at the capacities for computer capacities we need for that, all the cloud questions, just to bring all these different things together, and do not only focus on the regulation, but rather on what is happening in business. And because, as you said, we cannot create demand, we have to develop business models that are so convincing, and they will only be convincing if you have also a bundle package you can offer to your customer in the end.
Yeah. I have a very difficult follow-up question for you. What is the time? I don't have a watch, but you do.
It's 4 o'clock.
Okay.
1 minute.
So we have roughly 15 minutes for this discussion. You're also more than welcome to prepare some questions. I already see some, but were you going to react to that? You look like you were... No? Okay, then I'll just allow questions from the audience now. Over there. You can maybe introduce yourself. I know who you are.
My name is Johnny Ryan. I work for an organization called ICCL Enforce. I remember that the problem, as it's been described, that with GDPR enforcement, you have to wait for Ireland or Luxembourg to enforce, that idea of the one-stop shop, that was an industry idea. So it's something to reflect on now, that there's been a cost to that structure for industry. And it leads to the question, which is, it is the under-enforcement of the GDPR that, and I remember this when I was in industry, I felt it very keenly, the under-enforcement against the really big American players is what has made it impossible for nascent competitors to emerge. And I just want to suggest a possibility that for you to consider, maybe there is some enforcement you would like to see. Maybe you don't just want to see guidelines. Maybe action is 5 years overdue.
It's not so much of a question, but I do believe, at least Thomas and
I said
probably
maybe.
like to react to that? Thomas, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree on that. It's absolutely true. So some of us maybe remember StudiVZ, that was a German competitor to Facebook. And I remember times when Germans were on the StudiVZ side. And so they enabled every week new features. And they asked, so would you like to have these new features? Do you opt in? And most people said, no, I don't opt in. And Facebook didn't ask, they just do it. And half a year later, everybody was on Facebook because they said, so they are much smarter, they better understand what's interesting for me. And up till today, I see a lot of practices that are not okay. And there's always new things upcoming, what we see. And so maybe beside of privacy, the DNA, I think it's one of the most important acts of the European Union. And you can see right now that they're acting with this. And so time is pretty crucial because all of these big digital international players, these tech giants, as I'm an IT veteran, I remember this processor license from Microsoft in the 80s, 90s. And so from there on, everybody of these big tech companies, they're doing dirty play in terms of their competitors. And so it's very important to stop that.
Well, I totally agree with Thomas that that's mainly a matter of cartel law and competition law that we see there, rather than of maybe data protection. But that is part of the problem, since we didn't get a grip on these US giants, and they've been scaling up. But we have to be careful not to punish all the rest. And it's not only the SME, but it's the entire industry. So having all this different regulation in place is simply, if we look at the costs of bureaucratic burdens we have within the companies, it has been exploding in the last couple of years. And it is also exploding on the administrative side, because, we've talking about that before. You always need some guidance, some advice, administrative knowledge to provide to the companies once you put this regulation in place. So this is kind of gotten out of control, so to say, and we've never reached our goal to get a control over the companies where we wish that there would be more control, and the GDPR is the best example. We know it, all of us. But then we have to be clear, we still use all these digital services. So whoever provides the best digital mapping for me, I don't care when I'm lost somewhere in some city, whether they take my data, I just want to go from A to B. So, but I also see once I have the chance to, as a data holder, to decide whether I want to provide my data or not, I punish the one who is honest and offers me the possibility to deny all these cookies. So, but I've been, for some companies, and I don't want to give any names, I'm still trying to find out where I can deny all these cookies. So, but this is rather a practical question than really something that we can solve by legislation, but rather on how to use this implementation. So I think it is a great chance to evaluate the GDPR. It has been evaluated for a couple of times, but I understand the political discussions also on the European level, that they understand that this was not the right way forward. So with all the other additional legislation in place, why not take the time and look at the GDPR once again and take the lessons learned out of it?
Jana, would you agree, okay, I'll just let Jana add to this debate though. Do you agree that companies, maybe Finnish companies, feel punished by this regulation, or is it also a question of mindset?
I think it's more companies or less companies that see this as an enabler. Maybe it's more like because it's complex, it's more like a punishment, I would say.
Okay, so that's common then. Thomas would like to add to that, and then I'll allow that question up there.
Let's start with first law, the TPD-SG. It was the national version of the privacy directive. And we made it possible that you can have trust handlers that can set all these clicks on every website for you, so that you don't have to opt in or opt out or whatever, all these cookie banners, they will go away. And this new administration there in this ministry from Daniela Kluckert and her colleagues, for more than 2 years right now, they don't bring it on the table to make the verordnung that's necessary to fulfill this law. And so, until today, if they would do it from tomorrow, you wouldn't see any cookie banners anymore. And so maybe there are some people in this room that can push her to start working.
Going to all of you. Oh, Johnny Ryan has
No, I think now it's my turn. Sorry.
I think it is, but it was his question, so his remark, and then it's you.
Okay.
Just a very, very brief point. We had a big win in the European Court of Justice last month, and the win was, as we'd been saying for many years, all of those cookie banners were already unlawful anyway. The problem was not the law, it was the implementation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Günther Tau from the company TBS. There's one aspect I was missing in the discussion. Iris Plöger was a little bit mentioning it, with Gaia, which I will call today a lame duck. But when we are talking about data protection from the governance side, we have to talk, about the data protection from the industry. As far as I know, is only Siemens, I don't know which part of Siemens, is it Siemens Energy or Siemens in itself, is offering free data for, let's say, startups and even SMEs. And I think they are sitting on a lake, ocean lake of data. And that, they don't realize, they are fearing that someone can enter into a so-called company secret. But I think today, if you check Facebook and even the private, with ChatGPT or Perplexity AI, you will find more data from the outside, and if they are offering it. That means we have to change a little bit the view. That is, especially for Germany, it's a fantastic chance to offer these data to the public. Public means, let's say startups, small and SMEs. So. Sorry, that's it.
It's a remark, or you want to add a question?
No, it's a question. Why not?
Why not?
Why the industry is blocking?
I think it's a question for Iris Plöger then.
I was afraid.
Yeah.
I was afraid you were saying that. Well, I mean, clearly that was the reason why we started to talk about a Data Act on the European level, that we see that there's a lot of product and process data which is not used in a sufficient way so far. But I see my colleague here who was involved in commenting the EU Data Act. It is a difficult thing to have one horizontal regulation for all different sectors, because no matter it depends whether you ask the producer of or the supplier of additional parts or the OEM, everyone believes it's his data at the first place. And I think we have to focus much more not only on the regulation and the implementation of the regulation, but also on the enabling factor, because I think data has not been used because the qualifications or the knowledge how to use data is at the very beginning. So people do not share data because they're afraid that someone else could make a better use of the data than the company itself. So we have to overcome that point, and I think the data spaces, for example, are a good way to learn together how to share data, how to have all these contractual parts automatically implemented so that companies can go into the data space and get a full service in the end.
Yeah, but when you're going, for example, not in industry, but into the agricultural business, to the farmers, you realize with the young farmers, they're using Copernicus, they're sharing their data, rather what they are growing up. I think that, and therefore I would like to ask to Jana, how the young Finnish companies are using data, or do they get from Nokia free data?
I think that's still emerging, but how we are building this agricultural data market is it's based on the consent, and I already forgot my point there. So I think there are those pioneering farmers are seeing the value from shared data, and also the original use case for sharing data might be like analyzing on a harvesting potential and combining data from different sources, also from the manufacturers and from the soil. And then when you reuse the data, let's say in producing new type of index-based insurance products, then you should get additional compensation for the data as a farmer. So of course, this is only a limited example, but we are starting to see these kind of innovations grow from the shared data, and the whole data sharing ecosystem is based on the rule book, like this kind of standard agreements and who owns the data, what are the technical terms, what are the commercial terms. So I think there are soft standards and playing rules that we can create to encourage this kind of data sharing. And of course, larger companies play a big role. And right now we have about 22 companies in Data Spaces Alliance in Finland building on a mission. But and also just a quick comment from cross-border data sharing, because we've been also participating in this Potato X case, which is combines potato harvesting machinery data from Belgium to the Finnish, like bridging between different data spaces, and then in the end creating some meaningful analysis basis on that data. So I think we are starting to see very concrete and practical implementations on data spaces thinking. But of course it's still in a very limited scale.
We need some patience, you're saying. Thomas has raised his hand, and then I think that'll have to be the last remarks, and then we'll have to close this first panel.
Okay, so this would be the first part of me to say, so I have to catch the plane. Already finished. Fine. Second thing is we also have to look at the government data, and so we started an open data law in Germany years ago, and I think until today it's not that powerful as it should be. And again, the structure of the German state needs to, for instance, that there is no live traffic data from all these public transportation services until now, and we are not going to force them with such kind of a law. Let's see if we can get better with the Data Act and Data Governance Act, we will see. And when it comes to industry, I believe it's a kind of a dilemma, because on one side, I totally agree on everything we said, so you can get more wealth into shared data. Something that is in Germany often said is if Siemens would know what Siemens knows. And but in the end, you see on the one side these tech giants from the US, and if the automotive industry, for instance, would open up every kind of data, I think the question who's earning money with the cars would shift from the car manufacturers pretty soon to the tech giants, as we have seen in other fields. And on the other side, you have all these Chinese companies that are only waiting to learn how things inside of this car are working and maybe to adopt them. And so it's a great dilemma that we have. And I believe in data sharing, I believe in open data, but nevertheless, I also understand all the concerns that are in the industry, and therefore our idea with KX was to open up a platform where you can trade this data and where you have a trust scheme that works for everybody on both sides, and that enables also the large industry players to offer their data to partners whom they trust.
Great final remarks. Thank you so much. I think we'll leave it at that. And the final question would have been, what would you like to see from the next European Commission? I think this panel is united in saying no more. So I'll answer that for you. And yeah, thank you so much.
Now we move to the practical level, enough theory. I would like to introduce Kiri Hilgerman. Kiri has a great product, and when I met him last time in Wolfsburg, I said, we have to show this to the world. So, but this is not going to be a classical product presentation. We're going to showcase how with innovation we can drive the transformation in Europe. Kiri.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you switch to the panel, to the live view? Great. Thank you very much for having me in this beautiful city. My name is Gary Hilgman. I'm the CEO and founder of Robotniks. And we care about data, as we heard in the past couple of minutes. And I get often asked, Gary, what is more important? Do we have to build and focus more on software, or do we have also concentrate on hardware? And the best answer is people who care about software should make their own hardware. And when you ask an AI...
This sentence was written by Alan Kay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, thanks. Yeah. This is all about where we communicate with AI. And when Alexa and Amazon have their own product and Apple has Siri, the German have good stuff. This is the smallest AI computer, I think, in the world that we built for the industry. But this is not the topic, because I promised the organization that I make not a product placement. Even I'm very good at this, right? And the question is, our daily business is looking like that. So we build and we invest all our money in CNC machines. We build the hardware by ourselves. We develop the software and the sensors. But at the same time, as we are so good engineers, we make maybe more mistakes than anyone else in this room. Because we are most of challenging, but all this great technology where we are sometimes so far, what is the top-down challenge? Because this topic in my speak is, how can we leverage the AI business? And the best is that I love competition with the biggest tech companies in the world. And these guys here, everyone knows this, these guys are Google and Apple. And when we take a look at this application, they know exactly how to acquire data, right? So they built these Google Maps cars and all the cameras. And if you want to compete this as a small company, you have several options. So you can build better algorithm. Right? So you say you make better data acquisition. You also can say you build a better camera, shown from the perspective of hardware. And at the end of the day, you say you make a better platform, maybe with less indexed pricing than Google and Apple is doing. But at the end of the day, when we take a look from the top to the down, is the issue and the limitation is the car. And we think we can do it this way. No one wants to live in the city to the acquisition like these cameras. And we found several partners that have a solution, and these guys are coming from the garbage industry. So one of our biggest partner is the Ramones Group, and they said, hey, we are very good at data acquisition. We make the smallest AI computer. What happened when you not bring the garbage back from all these peoples? What is when we implement an acquisition module that you tomorrow can collect this data? And what is the difference? The difference is that Google maybe drives once per year and brings the government and private sector latest data that we want to use. But these garbage trucks are driving every day. And I show an example, what is the AI looking like? Not talk about this application. We implement this application currently in 1,000 of vehicles. And this is then rendering what the AI is doing and what we are collecting. So this is a view on the street. The AI is looking at the traffic sign. It detects how visible it is, in which state it is, and it calculates an index. And this index alone is not the value, because maybe your car is also able to detect this traffic sign. So what we are bringing to the government is an index of the whole street, of the whole city. So we can detect the traffic sign situation. We also can count the potholes. And the single pothole is fine to have an AI model, but how expensive is it to repair the street? So we collect all the potholes and set an index for repair costs for the government. And we do this every day. And all processing of data is done in the vehicle. 800,000 events per day. that is more computing power than some data centers have, and we process this by 15 watts. That is not a large amount of energy that we need. And the second application that we can bring out of this application is that we can sell this data, of course. We have the best GPS position, and we can create GPS analyzing, and we also can analyze the whole city. We exactly can see in which condition is the tree. When a tree grows up 10 years, 20 years, and is in a not good condition, you can't fix it when it's in a dying process. So we analyze and segment the whole street. We can do it offline, we can do it in real time, and this is a scalable application. We start in Germany with the Ramones Group. We were last lead at the Smart City Conference in Barcelona, and in August we start in New York City with eWest this application. So I think it's a good example how powerful data can be. We train with Germany data, we built this AI model, and now we can extend this to any city in the world. So it's a scalable product that is coming from Germany. Yeah, I love this application. So what is the value for the government? So we can help them. So we can say, okay, we have a clean index, and we have started with 26 cities. So we can say your city is at this point not dirty, right? But we can make it better to understand where is the illegal garbage staying in the street, and we're getting more and more with this cooperation. So take a look, a large garbage collector company, goodwill from the smart city planners, from the government, and a small company like us that help us to make a really good benefit from AI-driven, and that is business application. And we started, I think, before 2 years, and the next step is the amazing generated AI. And that means that we call all this application, all this data that is coming from a visual point that the cameras are seeing, to a more intelligent application. And why we are doing this? Because at the end of the day, the trucks have to go back to the landfill and have to empty the garbage. And there's a lot of planning. When you take a look, this is a satellite view, this looks like a whole city. And we figure out that it makes sense to collect all this data and to calculate what is the best way to send each truck to the right position. So that means you have two choices. The first is you make a new street and extend the plan, or you are able to understand the situation of your plan and to route exactly where the garbage truck has to go automatically. And this AI model do not exist before. We trained this for 6 months from scratch. We do not need data. This is just one camera on the top of a tower. And we do a benefit at the end of these values. So the traffic planner generate AI, understand the situation on the plant. We count the car space between them so that we exactly know which truck has to go. And the next time we make a satellite view for the measurements partners at this point, and we do heat maps where we understand which is the best position. And what then? And then we collect all information and can send it to the driver, because we have all the information, and we send it over WhatsApp, we send it over Telegram, SMS, and the driver can also communicate. This is important. Yeah, so what this generated AI is doing, is that the added value is that it communicates to the driver. And in the first week, as we installed it, the whole plant was saving 2 hours per day of traffic management. That is a huge impact. And this is just one AI model with the trained data from all the smart city that we collect. So are we a one-hit wonder? So is this expandable to other business cases? So we are not smart city guys. Yeah? So we are not focusing on smart city. We are an enabler for this industry so that we give them the tools to become an AI company. Yeah? So we license our software and hardware to these companies so that they can do this themselves. And this one here is the GTC in the US. This is the largest AI company where we are invited. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not a Lady Gaga or a Taylor Swift concert. This is a developer conference in the US. And everyone was excited to see what is the latest in computer vision technology, graphic cards, and also Disney shows some little robots. They come on the stage to the CEO of Jensen. And then was me, the little German, that talked about such boring theme about intelligent production monitoring in manufacturing environments. Yeah? And the reason why I want to show you this is that we also work the same thinking. Yeah? So I want to show the same idea that we have for the biggest copper miner in the world. It's called Arubis AG. They have copper mining plant in Lünen, in Hamburg, in Dubai, as well in the US in the future. And also here, they get all this copper recycling material, but what is the quality? So when you put something in the recycling process, you have to understand what is your quality. And also here, we trained with them a model from scratch. And think about, this is not an AI company. And we trained it with them together. And why we are doing this? Why we are able to understand what is the quality of copper? Well, if you know the quality of your products, you can make it in different price region. Product A, product B, product C. And was also very time consuming. And the first model that we trained with this data, I heard everything, data is everything. It is not the quality of the data is important and how you can train this, because you need a lot of computing capacity to train this model. And it figured out that we have another cool company that helped us to make this all automated. And this company is called Siemens. And this Siemens controller that you see here allows us not only to train this data, it gives us the whole production information. So where was this copper recycling material coming from? What is the quality? How can we count this per week, per day, and per year? And this is an application that runs for 2 years in a 24/7 scenario. And think about, again, as I told you about the recycling company, now do this copper company, what happened if a large copper company, also a cool, smart Siemens company, and we are still not so strong from the revenue yet, yes, right, I know this, but when they force their power together, you can create something completely new. And all this data, all this model stays by the manufacturing, not by us in the cloud. And that is real value. That is the power of data that you are talking about. So, next one. Pretty in timing, right? I'm good in timing. Okay, maybe a little bit too fast. There's one big problem right now. And this AI, the generated AI, have an issue. An issue means if you go, you can try this by yourself. If you go to ChatGPT and ask, what is the calculation of 30,812 multiplied with 100,221? And the result is false. So do have Microsoft get their money back? No. The reason for this is the nature of this technology that is not able to calculate a simple mask. And this is so important for us because when we want to process from all this AI application more value, then we need to understand the mathematics behind them. So we are now focusing with these customers, how can we do the simple mask up to the complex mask? And the reason for this is there's a law coming, and this law is called the AI Act. And the AI Act, for me, if you follow my social media, I'm a fan of this. So don't hit me, please, right? So AI Act exists since over 2 years, and we started for 2 years to understand what is the chance behind them. The chance for me as a company to work always with great companies out there is that we can be one of the first that has a certification and understand the regulation to certify our process. Because we exactly know how we have to train our models. What is the business model? And we show exactly the data. This AI Act gives us the chance to be one of the first that has this application into industry market. And that is the biggest chance, because I have no problem when a Tory comes and said, where do you have trained the data? I said, yeah, from the company. Where you got this? Yeah, from the Siemens S5. Here it is. And the AI Act itself doesn't mean that you not can automate it. So our tools that we train, that we use, is able to extract all the required information that we can give to authority and said, here are our data, please certify, take a look, and said, let us know what we are doing wrong, what we can do better. And the AI Act doesn't mean that your AI model has to be 100% accuracy. That is the biggest mistake. You only have to say about how can you train the data, where is it coming from, and what do you do to make it better? And if you do not have the deep knowledge of this technology and you're only adapting API from external companies to do this, you do not can certify this from AI Act. But there are a lot of people, I think, in the room that have all this knowledge to build this business. And this is the biggest chance that we have in European Union to become a certified application provider. Okay, next step. And then I'm really, really fast. This all, a personal note, this all, is nothing without our kids, right? So no one talk about our kids and young people. And I was visiting, I was invited for the biggest show, the biggest AI conference right now. And I was thinking about what can we do? What can I do to bring this technology to more young people? I'm getting older and older. And that's why I found the research lab with NVIDIA, with also the great developers in the world from the biggest companies. They are not C-level guys, they are developer guys. And we make it completely open for everyone to join, for everyone, young people who can get more information about this technology. Because I would like to share all these knowledges, because when you understand and you have young people, I would love to hire them. Yeah, that is the biggest focus that we have. Thank you very much, and I'm now open to answer your question. Thanks.
I guess Gustav works quite fast.
Yes.
And you need this kind of devices called chips.
Yes.
What's the situation currently in Europe and how important are they for you?
Yeah, so the market leader right now is the NVIDIA West company. So we worked at Science 8 years to become a licenser. It's not so easy that you call them and say, give me your latest core IP technology. So NVIDIA is one of the global players for training AI models. So the competition, and I would say it would be great when we had some competition, because competition on the market, so the pricing for GPUs to train is extremely high. So I'm pretty sure that will come for sure alternate on the market. But right now, to answer the question, the chipsets are extremely important, and we have to think about how we can use this more efficiently. So powering and it's not for free, it's not there. So we have to care and optimize as well how we can use some application in the data center, and how can we reduce on a device like this or on otherwise to have the inference at a lower cost. That is so important.
Short follow-up question. Subsidies and chip production in Europe? Yes, no?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, who's doing it?
Okay.
So I have the hand, so I can help. But chip manufacturing in this and this 5 nanometer or beyond is a very complex process. Intel starts their own fab right now in Germany. So yeah, let's hope that we see some European chips in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Innovation made in Germany is possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
And wish you all the best. Many
thanks, guys.
We continue with our second keynote, and we've heard the name of Siemens a couple of times in a positive sense. So let's continue in this spirit. Gerhard, the floor is yours. I think one of his messages is that we need kind of cultural change, less technological when it comes to innovation. Or
yes, as well.
As well. Okay.
So
please, the floor is yours.
For having me here. Does it work without the microphone for you?
You need the microphone, sorry.
Then it's... I love to walk around. It's always stuff that makes life better for me. Anyway, so thank you very much for having me here. There was so much already said about Siemens, so let's also get our opinion here into this discussion. From my perspective, and of course, when I talk about data, and I've been building these type of applications and this business for the last decade or two, if we talk about these topics, it's really about the industrial in the areas, and we talk about infrastructure, buildings, power grids. So the good part is very often you don't have to deal with privacy because a gearbox does not have personality rights and hopefully won't have it for a long time. So that's the part that makes life easier. However, what we see with our customers in the whole industrial space, they are under enormous pressure, both from the market as well as from really disruptive technologies that are driving around. And what I see as a key driver for digital transformation, on one hand side, is things that used to be hardware are more and more becoming software. You showed the Simatic S7, Gary. Yeah. Wonderful product. those things were a couple of years ago much more hardware-centric. Building automation was on specially designed chips. Railway interlockings were on specially designed hardware. Now that becomes more and more software. So Siemens is deploying in Norway a completely an interlocking system for the whole country in a cloud, in a private cloud, but still in a cloud. So you see these things are changing. That makes a very big difference because the innovation speed in hardware is 3 to 5 times slower than innovation speed in software. What you also see is what I call software-defined hardware. You have the iPhone, there's a classical touchscreen. It does at that moment what you need it to do, and it can change its function. That exists also in the industrial space. One of the things that we have is called universal relay. It's basically a switchgear that protects power grids and substations. And we replaced 17 different devices, different functionalities, with one device that you can fine-tune by changing software on the device, even when it's already installed. So when you re-engineer a subnet somewhere, you change the software, you get new functionalities. Again, makes hardware move much faster innovation. Digital twin is for me one of the most disruptive technologies at all because when you create a digital image of a real system, you can start doing experiments. You can try out what happens if I do A, B, or C, if I put pressure on that, if I move this thing faster, if I overload that capacity, what happens? You could do that also in reality, which is destroy an awful lot of stuff. It would be very expensive and very slow. And what we've seen today is we have customers that are leveraging digital twin technologies and simulation to experiment automation code. When we look at the NVIDIA keynote, they showed robots, and what they claimed is they used the digital twin, the NVIDIA Omniverse, to train robots how to move, how to behave, how to walk, and then transfer that back into the real robots that were on stage. If that claim is really true in the way they've spelled it out, and we know American companies, they sometimes oversell a bit, but if that is true, that is one of the biggest digital twins I've seen so far. This means everything you can model, you can digitize and optimize. For me, the fourth disruptive factor is platform economy. And the reason why I believe that is so relevant is not because it adds new technology, but in these platform games, they're attracting at the moment a lot more investment and they're consolidating industries a lot more. In the classical software industry, you have 3 players owning 60% of the industry. In a platform environment, you usually have 1 to 2 players owning 90% of the market. So that means a massive consolidation. And that is something that we have to be careful with and understand it's happening. But so if these are driving forces, they're there anyway. And what I see with my customers in the industrial space is they understand that and they're all trying to drive digitization of their own industries. But many of these customers are medium-sized companies. I'm not worried so much about the Volkswagens or GMs of all this world. I'm worried more about these companies that are pushed already and they need to add new skills and try to implement things which they don't feel equipped to. But what we're seeing, and we're applying those technologies ourselves, is that by digitizing your production and your infrastructure, you actually get substantial increase both in efficiencies as well as in delivering on societal values and on sustainability. You cannot fulfill sustainability criteria for the future if you don't digitize. So what we're doing in Siemens is really, we're saying our motto is combining the real and digital world. It's basically a large digital twin exercise saying, can we create an image of a system in reality, improve that before we build the real thing? And what we see is amazing increases in both sustainability, energy consumption, and output. We have a digital factory in Nanjing, which with 40% less space, 30% less energy production, energy consumption, still delivers 20% more output. That is massive. And this is the part that we drive for. However, and now comes the part, this sounds like the great story for Siemens and everything can be done. This is absolutely not true. If you want to create digital representations of reality, you need an ecosystem of partners because you need to exactly in every industry understand the use case, the process, the requirements, the frame conditions. Pharmaceutical production in the EU versus US is not the same. Even so, the chemical process is identical. Yeah, you work with your customers. We do as well, but also with a lot of ecosystem partners. Only that works. That's why Siemens created what we call Siemens Accelerator. It's we call it Open Digital Business Platform, but in the end, it's a portfolio together with hundreds of partners. So I checked up this morning when I was on train to Berlin. We have 321 partners right now on that. And these are not all of them large companies. Many of them small companies specialized in something. Yeah, one of my partners I'm working with a lot is a small EPC for pharmaceuticals, Zeta, situated in Austria. They build pharmaceutical factories, but they are an expert in combining data across the chemical process, temperature control on the building, air purification, to ensure that you can bring batches to market faster because you can prove they were produced right. This is a small company, 100 people, but they know something really, really well. And I think from my perspective, the future is these value ecosystems. It's not anymore just supplier relationships, it's partnerships, because everybody brings something to the table that you need to create the right output. Okay, that sounds, again, beautiful, but theoretical. Let me give you a couple of examples. Being an industrial company, one of our big products is automation systems for machining tools. So we can digitize the center part of how do you manage a machining tool. Our numeric, and we have created the complete equivalent in a digital environment in the cloud. But to really digitize and create a digital twin of a machining system, you need to understand weight distribution, vibration patterns, materials used, an awful lot of things. So in that case, we partner with one of our biggest customers, DMG Mori. And we launched, under the name Machinum, this type of digital twin. So our customers, or DMG Mori's customers, or in the future, anybody from any customer from any machining tool vendor cannot just get the machine tool delivered, but a few months earlier, you get the digital twin. You can do your commissioning, your training of your people on a complete digital setting. What we're seeing already is you can actually then start production 3 months earlier. You can optimize your process a lot faster, and you can run large machine parks a lot more efficiently. This already after a few months of having that in the market. None of us, DMG Mori, nor Siemens could have done it on their own. This example that I built myself with my team, it's Rhein-Ruhr Express. In this case was wonderful because they tendered and said, this is my timetable. How many trains do you need to run that timetable? And how much does maintenance cost over 32 years fixed rate? We happened to win the tender because we knew best how to deal with data. But we couldn't do that alone. What we basically said, we deliver less trains, we can guarantee availability. And again, checked it last week, the availability to schedule is 99.9% on an average of 6 months. This means when a train should be there, the train is there. If it shouldn't be running, don't count on it being available, yeah, please. Because we have to still do the maintenance and all the stuff. But what we do here, and this we created sort of an internal data space. The train has brakes and doors from Knorr-Bremse, it has couplers from Voith, it has bearings from SKF. So the data which the train is collecting is transferred through Redis Index that we have created to those partners. They analyze that, they bring information back, create extra events, but they also optimize their supply chain. For example, if a bearing starts failing, SKF is guaranteeing us that they will deliver the right bearing in 24 hours. So when the train is in depot, next morning when it has to go out again, it's there. It can drive. Same thing happens on couplers, same thing happens on doors, HVAC systems we keep optimizing, and that is something where we create an internal data space, basically. Now, of course, it's a bit more difficult because as we sold those trains, we don't own the data. Yes, we would love to open up to everybody, but we cannot because these trains do not belong to us. But because we are in charge of maintaining them, our customer agreed that we can actually create that data space because it creates so much more value. And companies like SKF and Voith and Knorr-Bremse can do more with the data than the customer could or than we could. But the interesting part is, in this part, we're not only using data, we're changing the business model because suddenly we're not owing the customer a repair work. We're owing the customer a running train. We take over responsibility and hefty penalties on availability. Because we believe, and we've proven it over the last couple of years successfully, we can do more with the data than the customer could. That is a value. And by the way, great value for passengers because trains are a lot more on time. That is fantastic. Another example, healthcare. We have the healthcare sector, and next to all the parts of really taking care of the patients, I mean the medical process, every hospital is running into problems with staff, aging population, cost pressure. We're all trying to drive down cost in every single country in the world. Patients are expecting more. So what we're actually doing is now taking not only the part of Siemens Healthineers where we provide modalities and lab equipment, but also understanding how can the buildings and what the building knows support the care. As an example, 20% of the time of a nurse on average, they're searching for something, for example, ultrasound equipment. These things have wheels, you move them somewhere. Well, the building knows in which room it is. So you don't need to search, you just need to find it in that room. Very simple thing, but the building knows a lot. The building knows how many people are traveling where. The building knows how many guests are coming in, what energy consumption patterns I will have to expect because I know how these movement patterns are. All that exists, but again, we can't do that alone. And here I'm not even quoting all the partners that we've in there. I think I ended up yesterday counting at 29 or something like that just for these type of use cases. So this is, again, an ecosystem. And being in Berlin, I cannot stop without that part saying, we built Siemensstadt 2.0 now in Berlin here, and this is a climate-neutral neighborhood, completely designed as a digital twin before the first piece of earth was moved in any way to build it. And here I did not label all the partners because that would be unfair to select a few. This is a vast portion of our Siemens Accelerator partners that are active in this field. So now if I say that sounds like, okay, great message, digitalization in the industries has a big impact. Yes, that's right. It sounds like you can only do that with ecosystems that are dynamic, that are very open. Yes, that's right. But it also sounds like everything is solved, and that's not right. Because what we are seeing is, and that's sort of my ending statement, data ecosystems, whatever regulation says, can only work if you have use cases that carry high value. And we talk to our customers. Our customers are very willing to share data, but not generically. They want to understand the use case and the value for them. If that is there, they're willing to share data. Otherwise, they don't. So if you need to have high-value use case, we need to have innovation on which problem are we solving. And there are millions of these problems. Be very specific about them. We need to have trust. All of that, whatever I tell you here, if my customers don't trust me, I won't see a bit or a byte or anything of their data. Forget the idea. But what is also important, is the part where we all need to stand together, is we need to navigate these regulatory environments. And Gary, here I disagree with you. You're happy about the AI Act. We have positioned ourselves as saying we're not, because we believe it's solving relevant problems with an approach that is outdated and makes it very hard to make all these documentations, and especially makes it hard for small-scale companies. So what we are doing with our partners is we are helping them because we don't want to have all that stuff in Siemens. We can't. We want to enable our partners and our customers to leverage these technologies out there, theirs, ours, in a much better way. Because the only growth path for us is if we solve these problems overall better. And this is a part where I hope that BDI also can help us, because this is a monumental approach, taking out uncertainties in the language, taking out legal calamities in there, and making it clear how to do these things. None of these SMEs has the possibility to figure out on their own, to drive through all these processes, especially when they're dealing with very diverse sets of data. But I believe the only future is in value ecosystems. And as Europe, we have a chance to drive it and make it happen. Thank you very much.
I'm looking at the audience. Do we have, yes, please. Shortly introduce you, yeah, please.
Lawyer, private practice. I have a remark and a question. My remark is that the two trends you mentioned, hardware being defined, being turned into software, and digital twin. Well, these are trends which I think in many industrial sectors have been developing for quite a long time, and sometimes it turned out it wasn't that easy, and will require a lot of time, especially. Which one? Yeah, sorry, thanks. And for example, which has mentioned the automotive industry, software-defined vehicle. Perhaps you've heard that term. Is something you could hear for many years, and it turns out to be a very tough nut. At least for most of the companies in that sector, and those who think they already have turned it into a software-defined vehicle, they have very serious problems developing automated driving, so there appear to be some limits to those two trends. Perhaps you could comment on that, but it's rather a remark. And then, and now my question. Indeed, there are many in the digital world companies. I've learned it usually about the Dutch company ASML, that they have to rely on high potential networks or partners. So the question is, and it has been mentioned here today, is would you say that the companies who want to use a digital ecosystem, should they be enabled to define it by themselves, entirely by themselves, that they choose the partners with whom to exchange data? Or should it be the legislator who tells you with whom you should share data?
Okay, so let me first answer on your first comment. The wording of software-defined hardware and of digital twin has been around for decades, but it was not realistic. In the car industry, is a good example. Tesla actually has that for a decade. And if you look into all the other car manufacturers, they still rely on IT architectures from the early 90s, I would say, maybe earlier than that. And you see how massively difficult it is to create an operating system for a car that handles all that complexity. And I think this is a skilling issue and an approach issue. If you're coming from an engineering background and you have your control environments, you want to connect them together, that's what you get. And a lot of people say Tesla is not building cars, Tesla is actually building iPads on wheels. They build a computer, and that happens to have wheels. Very different mindset, very different approach. But it works, and is consistently redefining and re-innovating the car. And so I think this is a big part of the transformation of the industry, that you need different thinking patterns, different approach. On simulation digital twins, the big topic on a proper simulation is you need to be good enough to answer the question you're trying to do. And this means a lot of compute power. Simulating a large system was impossible 3 years ago. It might be even partially impossible today when you really want to take all the parts of, let's say, very many movable items. I just went through an exercise with our colleagues in our simulation department. If you want to, let's say, simulate a crash of a car, to stay in the car industry, and you want to optimize for weight of that car, but you don't want to endanger the passengers, that takes you hundreds, 600 to 1,000 simulation runs. They take hours each. We now created an AI model that predicts which of simulation runs are most likely to add information, and we've taken out just of that one thing, like 20 hours of CPU time. And we are using big CPUs. I can't tell you the biggest out there. Yeah? So now so over the last 2-3 years, we got enough compute power to do meaningful simulations. But, and that's another thing we need to understand, in Europe, available for industries, we do not have enough GPUs to do that in a private sector. We have them partially in the hands of some research centers like Jülich or in Munich, the center, but not available to companies. And we have that in Sweden, owned by Microsoft. So if I really want to go full scale, I have a problem. That's the thing we need to take on. And then I forgot the other question.
If you want to build an ecosystem,
yeah.
a lot of companies rely on today, do you want to have a framework for private definition, or do you rather see it that the regulator comes to you and tells you how an ecosystem may be?
Well, the thing is, everybody has this saying in mind, data is a new oil and you can do all the stuff with that. You're amazed how little value individual data sets have when you talk about industrial data. On all these trains, I'm getting from all the trains 100,000 of events a minute. Each individual data set is hardly carries data unless you connect that with other data and engineering know-how. Then suddenly you can say, hey, I can predict this one failure that's happening. So I got all the data from the VLRD trains in Germany, 17 of them. We were monitoring 1,000 components per train. And for 1 year, we had 5 predictable failures. 5. So the majority of data is just telling you everything's working fine. How do you assign value to that? The other big part is who actually owns the data. In that case, my customer was Deutsche Bahn. They own the trains, they own the data, they gave me the data so that I could generate insights that were better than their own. Who decides on sharing their data? I cannot, because I don't even own it. I have no right to that. I'm just a handler and a processor of that data. And this part is a very tricky thing. When you look into the legal frameworks in the B2B environment, that gets very difficult. I went through a lot of them recently. It's messy. I personally believe data will be shared if it's understood where the value is created. Then companies are very willing to share data. But in most cases, the business cases are so unclearly defined that they don't really want to mess with that.
Gerhard, maybe just one short question.
Yeah.
Do you see any incentives in the current regulatory framework? Because I'm wondering, is the accelerator kind of data intermediary? Do you see kind of...
We're doing it in a different form. So it seems Accelerator is not a technology platform. We don't want to be the next black hole for data. What we actually do is we bring players together so they can exchange data. We believe that different players in that ecosystem, be it Siemens, be it other partners, if they can jointly create a use case, they will share that data. They will do that through APIs. If we would, on top of that, try to put up a data marketplace, it would make things a lot more difficult. And in the moment, we cannot find a model that needs yet another data sharing platform. If you don't have a clear goal, don't approach it. We are not in the part of setting up another data marketplace.
That's a clear statement. The Commission is listening. Many thanks. Now the time has time for a break. And Gerhard, many thanks for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Let's have 15 minutes break and start sharply 1:15, please.
Can we start? Is the microphone on? Yeah, okay. All right, so welcome back after our first coffee break, and we want to continue our discussions with our second panel with the smart title, Implementing New Rules for an Innovative Data Economy. So my name is Michael Dose. I'm a senior manager at BDI, Federation of German Industries, in the Department of Digitalization and Innovation, and they're responsible for the data policy. And I'm really happy to lead you to the next discussions. As already highlighted in the previous ones, we've learned that in the last years and during the last European Data Summits, we had some discussions on the EU Data Act and the EU Data Governance Act, which has now left the legislative stage and is now, since the 11th of January 2024, into force. So the focus is now onto the implementation. And in our panel discussion, we want to focus on the EU Data Act in specific as the core piece of legislation out of the European Data Strategy from 2020. The Data Act, as you all know, sets a new regulatory framework for data sharing in the B2C, B2B, and B2G context, besides new rules on contract law and cloud switching requirements. And we've already discussed that there are challenges and open questions which we already discussed this morning with the European Commission from the industry side. And so we want to focus in our discussion on how can these questions be tackled during this ongoing implementation process. So what is the state of play for the companies? Where are the current challenges for companies? What is the role of the EU Commission and also for the member states? And maybe who could assist companies and all the players on the national level maybe to be the competent authority in Germany for the EU Data Act and the EU Data Governance Act. So I'm really happy to introduce you to my panelists. First of all, Christina Schmidt-Holtmann. She's head of the Department Artificial Intelligence Ecosystems, Data Availability and Sprint, where I don't know if there's a real English translation for it. It is? Okay, maybe.
Agency for Disruptive Innovation.
Okay, thanks for this. And at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And I would like to welcome Björn Jurecki. He's head of the unit G1, Data Policy and Innovation in DG Connect from the European Commission. And last but not least, Sebastian Rockstroh, lead counsel at Audi AG. So maybe I start with Sebastian with an introducing question. So as I just mentioned, the Data Act is now into force for almost 3 months. And what is your impression of the ongoing implementation process? Is OEM like Audi already prepared for this new piece of legislation?
So first, thanks for having me. I'm the lawyer, so I can tell you from a lawyer's perspective, and of course we haven't read the Data Act since 3 months now. We are involved from the very beginning, and of course had also discussions with the commissions. So we mainly accompanied the entire process from the first proposal until what we have now, and so we had to interpret it in the very beginning. So we tried where we saw obstacles to try to explain where we see these, and I think some things got better, some things got worse. That's how we have to live with it. Then we of course have to describe this or explain this, specify this with the technicians. So this is then the second level. So bringing the requirements from a lawyer's interpretation into how to implement it. And this is then a different level. So from a lawyer perspective, I can tell you we are really deep into our problems solved. no, I think what we achieved is we understood the structure, we understood how it should work. But of course, there are a lot of interpretations, and I think that these need to be solved. And and of course, even if you explain to someone what your interpretation of a certain clause is, they first understand, then they try to implement, and then they come back and ask if this is really what my interpretation was, and then you need to discuss again. But yes, this is an ongoing process.
All right, Björn, as you have been, or your unit has been in the lead of preparing, drafting, and negotiating the Data Act for the European Commission. So what is your impression in the current talks you have with industry players, with other organizations, how the Data Act is being seen from the practical part? How do companies react to the final text now?
I mean, of course, there is still a big focus on the compliance. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, when we have discussions with companies, like earlier this morning with the BDI companies, for example, there are still many questions on how to interpret certain provisions. I mean, of course, we hope that at one point we move on beyond that, and companies also look more at the opportunities the Data Act offers, because there are plenty of them, even for very big companies. So what we try to do in this period between the Data Act entering into force and then entering into application in September 2025 is to talk to as many companies as possible. And of course, we have limited resources, but we try our best. So in the past couple of months, we had roughly 40 bilateral meetings, 10 sectorial workshops, for example, with the construction industry, with the automotive industry, farming, and so on, to discuss all these questions that were brought up already, and to clarify as many questions as possible. And of course, we also use these kind of workshops to solicit feedback, also to sharpen our thinking on some of these questions. I would say that the feedback from industry is, but I'm probably unbiased, cautiously optimistic, I would put it. And I think we also moved in a good direction with the final outcome of the Data Act. If you look at the trade secret handbrake, one of the most contentious issues, for example, I mean, arguably it was a bit difficult to operationalize in the original proposal, but now the proposal we found in the final text is more manageable, and I think that also assures companies that there are instances, very few of them, of course, where data can be withheld for a number of reasons. So, and I must also say that we can already see the first effects of the Data Act even before it enters into application. So a number of companies that will be affected by the provisions related to cloud, for example, have already ditched the cloud switching charges, which is very, very positive, of course. So we can already see the Data Act is moving in the intended direction, and we hope, of course, that this takes hold across the board, not only in cloud, but also in other sectors.
All right. Cautiously optimistic was the.
Maybe we can ask the Audi person whether he agrees.
Yeah, maybe the Audi person or Sebastian after Christina. So my thought was, is this the same impression from the German Federal Ministry side? So Christina Schmidt-Holtmann, what is your impression? What is your overall assessment of the Data Act when you look at it from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs? And yeah, where do you see opportunity and risk? And do you share the impression of Björn Jurecki?
So coming from the Commission person to the government person. Member states negotiated intensively with Parliament, with the Commission, the Data Act. And I think what we see is a well-balanced compromise that will foster innovation on the one hand side, and on the other hand, address risks that we see, especially coming also from the talks with the small and medium-sized enterprises that stop them by now from sharing data because they didn't know what to do. And we saw it in the data protection field when it comes to personal data, that of course the data protection law at first was also seen as a burden, but then giving us a regulation framework that gave security to SMEs, to businesses, how to share their personal data. And with the Data Act, we now have regulation that addresses all the other data that's not personal but industrial data. And when we talk now about creating data ecosystems, creating data spaces, the international flow of data, I think that the Data Act will give us, at least in some month after the national implementation and after all these discussions that you're having with your technical expert, and actually I hope you had them before, not only when the Data Act entered into force, but also when finding your position, but also with the stakeholders, with the Commission, that we have this clarity and that will have this impact on the innovation ecosystem. And that's the classical way how we do it in Europe, where we see big efforts and also big successes. And I also want to underline that we shouldn't see the Data Act as a standalone regulation. The Data Act goes along with the Data Governance Act that you've already mentioned, but also what's now coming next with the AI Act, because the AI Act won't help us if industries and other sectors aren't able and aren't secure to share their data. And also, for example, that's also a really important chapter within the Data Act, to switch cloud services, etc. So I would share the optimistic view, and that's why Germany and the German government support the Data Act, and is now also starting like stakeholder dialogues and continuing them to implement the Data Act.
All right, Sebastian, do you want to add? So we heard from two of the not really co-legislators, but part of the co-legislator, that they are quite optimistic and that the new framework sets a lot of clarity, as Christina pointed out. So what is maybe your opinion from a company's view?
So again, the lawyer's view. And from a lawyer's view, maybe this is then a special view on this because we need to interpret the text, right? The clarity is not the first word that comes into my mind when I read the Data Act, and it does not come to my mind if I read the entire regulation scene. But of course, yeah, this is how it works, right? It has had to be a compromise, and we now need to interpret it, and we need to live with it. Again, clarity is not what comes to my mind, but of course we also see opportunities, and yes, it will be, but of course it will also be a lot of lawyers' work, and in the end, this is, so from my viewpoint, from a regulatory viewpoint, this is something there was, in my opinion, there was not a market failure. So this is a shaping markets. This is a first try to do this. And we will see whether this entire ecosystem the European Union is thinking about, whether this will work out.
And maybe an add-on question on this. So how can we, or what would help you as a company to maybe get it away from the lawyer perspective, so more on the side for business developers who can really see the opportunities that comes out of the Data Act? So what would actually be helpful out of your position? What do you need maybe from the European Commission or maybe from the national side? What would actually help you to decrease these misinterpretations?
Yeah, so I think from seeing possibilities is always easier because asking for something is always easier, right? If you are the one who's asking for data, it's the other party who needs to tell you this data is not in scope of the Data Act, or this is maybe trade secrets and I cannot give it to you, or we have to have a contract on this. So I think seeing opportunities in the Data Act is easier than being compliant with it. And I think what will help us in this regard is really these discussions that we have. So really discussing what was meant, what is the interpretation. So in the end, we will not solve this. So if it really comes to, if we really need a final solution, it will be the European Court of Justice who will decide, because it's a law. It's an act, but these discussions will help, and of course it's discussions with the Commission, it's discussion with the authorities.
Okay. All right. Christina, yeah? You want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add something. I think that's also important from the national point of view, really, to have those experts also then on the authority side where you can discuss with and to find a common understanding, because it's not only about regulation. The Data Act and the whole national but also European strategy goes along with other elements as supporting other data spaces. Let it be by a European health data space law, okay, that's also a law, but also like with funding competitions, for example, to build up certain data spaces, and that has to be really well coordinated. And I think that's mainly the main issues, to bring all together those lawyers, but also the experts that really live with the day-to-day data sharing and the questions that are raised by it. And I think there we talk about the competent authority, and that really means also to have the data literacy in the authorities as well, that understand what's there going on and which impact does it have on business models, for example.
If I can just add maybe one tangible, concrete example of the value of data sharing, and this is something that is not directly related to the Data Act, but more part of the broader governance framework we have put in place. So we are funding a so-called cancer image data space. It went live last September, and now I think there are around 200,000 cancer images available on that data space, and by the end of 2026 there will be 60 million cancer images available. And it's easy to imagine the societal benefits, the new innovative service you can develop with that. So, I mean, this is what we're aiming at, to really make this data available so that new innovative services can be developed and also, of course, big societal benefits be achieved. Maybe just to make it more tangible for people to understand, you know, why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. This is something where the European health data space also comes into space somehow, I think, because this is something we will discuss tomorrow, just for a short teaser, so that everybody comes back tomorrow. So all the member states are now in the position of that they have to create a national enforcement law. And Christina, maybe you can, as we are close to an early stage of this progress in Germany, but in this national enforcement law, we will define the competent authorities, we will define how the sanction mechanism will be. So maybe you can give us some insights. What is your aim as the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs?
Yeah, actually that goes along with what I said before. I think being in close contact with the stakeholders who need to deal with the Data Act is also crucial for the implementing act, the National Implementing Act or Enforcement Act for the German government as a whole. So luckily, also although it's tomorrow, so sorry for that, we will have the first stakeholder dialogue on the Data Act implementation here in Germany. And that's for us as government really crucial to get in contact with the different stakeholders as early as necessarily to have a practical implementation that will guarantee, first of all, to find the competent authority. So we just talked about it during the coffee break. The Data Act is a horizontal legislation, so we do have the possibility coming out of the Data Act to have one authority or different authorities that then need to be coordinated. And then I think that's something, as you know, that the whole government is aiming for lower bureaucracy, to find an intelligent way to have the competent people, but also to have a well-functioning and not so complicated way of having the overlook and the oversight of the implementing of the Data Act. And then we have to see what does it mean for the different branches, etc., etc. And then, so we are really happy to get in contact with the stakeholders and get the first feedback tomorrow. And then, of course, it will follow what always follows. There will be a first draft for the national enforcement law, other stakeholder possibilities to participate. And of course, our ministry is always open, but it's the same as for Björn's team. We also have limited resources, so it's really appreciated also via the association to have consolidated views on it, if it's possible. Because that, well, it's a tough timeline. We also have to mention that. So we have to be in place, I think, by the last quarter of 25, if I remember right. Yeah, but also there we are optimistic with the feedback of the stakeholders to find an intelligent solution.
All right. Yeah, so the date of application is the 12th of September 2025, so we have almost 17 months left. Sebastian, so if we maybe start the stakeholder consultation with you, so what would be your view for the competent authorities? What would be your wish if you could?
So me personally,
if you could make a draft.
If I could make a draft. So yeah, of course, we already heard some pros and cons. So you can have several authorities, then you need to coordinate it. If you have one, it needs to be competent and or it needs to deal with several sectors. So there are pros and cons for everything. I think what the Data Act says, it needs to be competent. This is the first thing with regard to data and with regard to electronic communication services. And we already have a authority in Germany that deals with data usage. So this would be a possibility, but there are, of course, different possibilities.
All right. Björn, so you are not in the position of setting now member states' competent authorities, but you have also the possibility to assist somehow. So what is what is the role of the European Commission now in the implementation process? And maybe you can also depth something in the interplay of the DGA and the Data Act and the European Data Innovation Board, which was introduced with the Data Governance Act. So what will be the role of this board in this total process?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we want to keep the enforcement as light as possible. I think we all share that goal. And for that reason, we would really like if member states would nominate the same authorities they've already nominated for the Data Governance Act. So not that there is yet another set of bodies being nominated for the Data Act. I think in Germany that's probably going to happen, but we have to wait and see what the other member states are doing. Because if we end up with like overall, let's say 40, 50 different authorities across the Data Governance Act and the Data Act, then the coordination on the European level in this European Data Innovation Board will be tricky, let's put it this way. We have this European Data Innovation Board where we bring together all the competent authorities responsible for the Data Governance Act, plus some EU bodies such as ENISA, plus some industrial stakeholders from Orgalim, for example, and the agricultural community. So already now we are at this European Data Innovation Board. If they come together, and since some member states have 2 competent authorities under the Data Governance Act, we have like 50, 60 people. If you add another set of competent bodies to that, I mean, you end up with like 80, 90 people. And I mean, good luck coordinating that and having any productive discussions during these meetings. So that's why we would, welcome, let's put it this way, of course, if member states have that in mind and also nominate the same body. And this is the message we are passing on. But ultimately, and this was also an outcome of the negotiations, this is, of course, the prerogative of member states to organize the way they see fit. So we cannot, maybe unfortunately, force them to do this. But I mean, you share the same constraints we have in terms of resources and coordination efforts. So I think ultimately we will hopefully land in a situation where we have very similar bodies or just a few additional bodies that help with the enforcement of the Data Act. Maybe let me just add one additional complication, since we have Sebastian from Audi here on stage as well. There's always the interaction as well with the sectorial authorities. I mean, when it comes to automotive, you have also the Kraftfahrzeugbundesamt in Germany, for example. So we also have, certain situations where we might have to bring those sectorial authorities in as well. And we have to see how we do that in the most sensible manner, since, yes, the competent authorities we are representing will be very competent for all Data Act related issues and data in general. but we probably know relatively little about the concrete functioning of a vehicle or an aircraft, and then we have to bring in those authorities as well. So it is a very complex picture, to be honest, and that's why we really have to keep this European Data Innovation Board, where all this coordination will happen, relatively nimble, small, and manageable. Let's hope we achieve that.
So less is more, if I can sum it up somehow, and complexity is something that is truly linked to the Data Act, but Christina wanted to add.
Yeah, so we just did the stakeholder consultation with the Commission on the National Implementation Act. Thanks, Björn, for that. No, but not joking. National law enforcement doesn't mean that the interaction with the Commission stops. That I just wanted to underline. I think that's still of utmost importance to be in close contact, and I would completely underline what Björn said, also from a national point of view, to have those structures where, at the one hand, those different laws and lawmakers or law enforcers come together and have a close contact and see it as a whole picture, and not just looking at one Data Act and the other Data Governance Act beside, and that it still have to be practical, and that also helps the businesses and the other stakeholders to see the opportunities as given or as shaped from one voice and from one mind. And I think that would be crucial for the whole data ecosystem to have this common understanding. So, and there we need the Commission.
Yeah. So it's time to open up the discussion somehow. If there are questions, and I see 4 of them. Oh, okay. I think we have to bundle them somehow. So we start over here, and maybe you can switch on the microphone and make a short introduction. Yes, perfect.
Yeah, sorry to be again, but Scheibach, lawyer in private practice, just brief one. It has been mentioned, Data Act is a horizontal legislation, and I think, if I remember well, it says itself, there will also be sectorial legislation. Mr. Jurecki, how do you see when we will see that sectorial legislation, and what does that mean for selecting the competent authorities right now?
All right, and we take another question.
Yes, thank you very much, Dominik Doll from ZVEI, Electro-Digital Industry in Germany. This goes to Christina Schmidt-Holtmann. You've already touched upon the question of the competent authority in Germany. The Liberals in Green put on the table the idea of one digital agency combining competences for actually all digital dossiers from the EU. How would you, from your perspective?
So we always look very closely in collaboration with our colleagues whether that's the case. And we also need to make sure, of course, that the Data Act is not emptied out through the back door, because it is a horizontal piece of legislation that applies to everything from the electric toothbrush to the aircraft. And the danger with the sectorial legislation is, of course, that suddenly you have like these, lex specialis, special rules, and then the Data Act doesn't really apply in that sector any longer. So, I mean, it's are not always super easy discussions, but they are taking place, and let's see what the future will bring in this area.
Yeah, so that was a complex question. First of all, I would say it's a political question. We know this debate, and it's also driven from the political parties. Maybe we already have one agency that could be the digital agency, I would say. It's quite hard in the middle of a governmental period where we are by now, with really tough periods of implementing the Data Governance Act and the Data Act, to build up a completely new agency on the green field. Looking at other agencies, ministries that need to be built up in the past. So from my personal point of view, I would say it's not really realistic to discuss it at this point, because that won't help the industry when we talk about a coordinated way of implementing the Data Governance Act and the Data Act, and also to find competent people then for a completely new agency. So my personal point of view, but I won't, like, for example, the stakeholder dialogue that takes place tomorrow and the political decision that have then to be taken based on those dialogues. So I won't answer that in forehand as from a government perspective, but from a personal perspective, I wouldn't say it isn't realistic and it's not the best way to do it. We should focus on the qualities we do have in our agency landscape and bring the best experts there together.
All right, then we had two more questions, starting with you, and then we bundle those two questions.
Let's see. My name is Peter Katko from EY. One of my clients said, Europe is the Silicon Valley of regulation. So I thought that's a bit ironic saying, but if I hear the discussion from the officials, except for Sebastian, I think it's rather true. And in particular with the Data Act, I ask myself if the stakeholders really made their homework in terms, do we really need such a, let's say, a strict regulation and all the discussions about enforcement and authorities and so and more and more. So I really have the impression that there is a fundamental misunderstanding how innovation develops, and I have really the feeling like the US and China innovates and Europe regulates. Like 2 years ago, I heard Paul Niemitz, he said, oh, we have this thing with this data. Now we did the Data Act. Let's see if it works. I mean, that's really the mentality of the sheriff in the old Western movies. First shoot and then ask, and not the other way around. So I really ask that. I mean, you gave Björn, you gave the example of this medical data. I mean, for these use cases, we don't need such regulation. And we just discussed it yesterday that only for one automotive OEM, the implementation of the Data Act costs hundreds of millions of euros, and that's again. Hinders the European economy and the companies there, and I really fear that Europe will fall behind. And if you look at the hyperscaler or Google or Facebook or Meta, they did not innovate due to any regulation. Maybe you want to, but you can bundle.
Yeah, I think we can.
Ana Maria Quijano, I work in corporate digital responsibility. My question might be, the answer might be a yes or no answer. And it's addressed to you, Christina, because it's happening within your ministry. This discussion resembles a little bit the sustainability discussion where legislation started to, bring the society to behave in a certain way, to take responsibility for certain things. Here is also about taking responsibility for what digitalization is doing for data, what it's also doing with society to make things more transparent, to create ways to compare things and to bring people together under the same rules. In the sustainability case, it has culminated now with the legislation on reporting, the CSRD. Do you see this same thing happening in the digital field, where we will see in a few years companies also reporting, doing public reports on how they are behaving and how they are managing their digital assets and all their activities?
Yeah.
So thanks for your comment. I think it was in the previous panel where I think the representative from the BDI actually said that companies sit on a lot of data and we have to liberate that data. And this is what the Data Act exactly does. And I think it's very difficult to argue with the principle that we are putting forward now, that the owner of an IoT device should decide what happens with the data. I find it really difficult to argue against that and have a different point of view, to be honest, because it applies to all other spheres of life. You know, when you own a certain thing, you have control over what happens with that thing, and it should be the same for data. I mean, I don't see why it should be any other way. And I personally also think that we will see lots of innovations happening as a result of the Data Act. Of course, we are still very early on in the implementation phase, so it's difficult to point to very specific examples. But I can imagine that, I mean, take the example of an electric toothbrush. You know, if there's a third party that develops a more, efficient algorithm to move the toothbrush and to have a cleaner result, ultimately, that would be a good thing, to be honest. You know, I mean, of course, this is a bit speculation, and we have to see what happens. And this is your point, I think, as well, that it's, we couldn't really point to very concrete and specific evidence, but that's always the problem with the future. Difficult to predict, I guess. And the last point I would like to make is that, ultimately, this is also decision-making in a democracy. The Commission, as a democratic institution, decided to put this proposal forward. Then the European Parliament, another democratic institution, decided to make its point. And then we negotiated with member states, all democratic institutions. And I think we also have to accept that. And it's good when you look around the world. And I think this is also the opening statements from the representative from the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, that liberty is under threat around the world. So we should be happy that we have this freedom and that we as as people can decide about certain things and hopefully move in the right direction and defend this freedom as well.
All right, and now the yes or no question.
No. But maybe to explain the no. I wouldn't reduce the Data Act on reporting. So also to underline what Björn just said is it's really about giving the right framework to foster innovation, and that has nothing to do with reporting on the first hand. And that's why the no.
All right, there's one more question. I would combine it with my last very short question. So, but maybe first.
Yeah, Günther Tau from the company TBS. I'll make it very short. Christina, and maybe Björn too, will you be on the next conference of Republica?
I have no idea.
Why? Why not?
To get a precise question, maybe you mean as a speaker or as a
Yes, as a speaker.
Well, until now I haven't no invitation.
To be a little bit under fire of questions.
Well, I think we are under fire here already. If I listen to the previous question, and I had a discussion earlier today with the representatives of German industry, and these were also not easy questions, and that's fair enough, to be honest. So I think we are under fire. And it's perfectly fine, of course. I don't know. It depends on the merits of this conference and whether we actually invited, as you said, and whether we have time to attend it. But difficult to give a yes or no at this stage, to be honest.
It's a little bit, the background. I'm talking about Chaos Computer Club and Republica. It's a little bit the background what is going on. And they have found, for example, when it comes to the E-Patient Act, that there have been made mistakes. And, it could be even, in the act of the lawyers of the EU have made.
So we are not the ones setting the agenda of the Republica. I know I think actually our minister was there last year, if I remember right.
Olaf has been there too, I think.
Sorry?
Olaf.
Yeah, even Olaf Scholz. Okay, well.
But maybe
we go as well.
But maybe so we are happy to have you at the Data Summit first, and you are really free to join also the Republica. Maybe just a last question from my side, as we are also running out of time. When we think 10 years in advance. So we have the 16th European Data Summit. Pencho, no pressure from my side, but yeah, if we have 2034 and we are looking back on the discussions we had in 10 years before in 2024, and what will be the look we have on the Data Act, and what will be important for us to look back positively on 2024?
I mean, I would hope that we have a thriving data economy in Europe, and that the Data Act and the Data Governance Act and all the sectoral legislation we mentioned are underpinning that, and we actually see the seeds of that already now. I mean, we didn't have a chance to discuss common European data spaces, for example, but we have 14 very successful projects in the Gaia X ecosystem. You have another 16 very successful data spaces. You have Catena X, for example, as one of the really the leading lights in that area. So I would hope if we gather here again in 2034 that in the audience you will see lots of representatives from all kinds of data spaces, and they will look back and congratulate us on the perfect decisions we took back in 2024. That was, of course, a bit of a joke.
So if I see the subtitle, enabling innovation and boosting competition, maybe in 10 years, and that's also no offense, Pencho, that we won't need any European Data Summit because data sharing is just a common good. Everyone does it, and that's like the business model everyone can work with and can build up their companies on. And that's maybe why we won't need any interesting panel discussion about it.
I think I'm still a little bit in the middle of this, these two opinions that we have. So I do believe that that it was not necessary to have this law because we were right before starting. So I hope that in I think 10 years, 15 years, that we will look back and hope that that we will see that all the hopes that we had now, that it will work, that it worked out for all of us, because of course, if it's not working out for one party, maybe this party will then start to not have data in the product. And this is also something we need to think about. We need the products that generate data to have data in the end.
All right. So thanks to you all, to all the participants, to all my panelists for these discussions. As this is all recorded, we can maybe in 10 years we can just have a look at it at our discussion once again, and then make this as an introduction for the panel discussion we hopefully have then. So thank you very much, and for you.
No break. The time has come when antitrust becomes a main dish at the European Data Summit. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Max von Thun from the Open Markets Institute. I guess many of you associate the Open Markets Institute with Berlin, recommending in a very good interview that he had in Cadenabbia a couple of weeks ago with Philip Marsden and Johnny Ryan. But now we are happy that Max is representing the Open Markets Institute, his office in Brussels, on a quite provocative topic. Max, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pencho, for that very kind introduction, and to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for having me here tonight. It's really great to be here with all of you. So, as Pencho said, I'm Max von Thun. I'm the Europe Director at the Open Markets Institute. The Open Markets Institute is a transatlantic think tank that studies the impact of market power on our lives and on our societies, and develops the policy solutions that are needed to build a more open, inclusive and competitive economy, particularly in the area of antitrust. So you won't be surprised to hear that one of our main areas of focus is the ever-growing power of a handful of dominant tech platforms in the digital sphere. From the information we consume and share, to how we work, how we keep ourselves entertained, how we stay in touch with friends and family. And that concentration of power not only increasingly shapes us as individuals, but it also has major consequences for the functioning of our economies and our democracies. For Europe specifically, it raises serious questions about the region's ability to grow and innovate in the 21st century digital economy, while also posing threats to the continent's autonomy, security, and resilience. But you're all familiar with this story, so instead of repeating it in my remarks tonight, I'd like to talk now more about how these same tech giants are using artificial intelligence to entrench their dominance even further, with some worrying consequences for Europe's future. So last November, Open Markets published an extensive report on the risks of monopoly power in AI. Contrary to what a lot of people in the tech industry claim, we argued that instead of seeing generative AI as an entirely new technology that requires entirely new policy solutions, generative AI is actually simply the latest and potentially most dangerous phase of concentration in the digital economy. Generative AI, in its current form, is the product of extreme consolidation across the digital ecosystem and the technology stack, from the data, computing power, and talent needed to train cutting-edge AI foundation models, to the gatekeeper platforms through which AI is commercialized. And so if I go to the next slide. So this graphic, which I've borrowed from a really interesting report that the UK Competition Authority, the CMA, published last week, I think does a really good job of kind of illustrating the dominance of a few of these companies across that technology stack. And so I'd like to spend a bit of time going into more detail on what that concentration looks like across these different areas. So let's start with data, which we've been talking about a lot today. As we know, today's advanced AI models are trained on unprecedented amounts of data, with the quality of the output of those models closely linked to the quantity of the data used to train them. But while much of this supposedly public data, and I say supposedly because there are some legitimate concerns about whether copyright law and whether privacy law have been respected in the gathering of that data. So while a lot of that data is from the public domain, we know that the tech giants are also increasingly exploiting their huge stores of private data, which they've gathered over many years, to gain an advantage that smaller and younger businesses, especially startups, just simply don't have. And even when it comes to public data, these dominant firms have unmatched capabilities to scrape, to clean, to standardize, to organize, and to label that data, including by paying thousands of outsourced and low-paid workers in the global south to do their dirty work. And this data advantage isn't static either. Those models that perform best, typically those, as I said, trained on the most data, are subsequently likely to attract the most users, which then generates new data which can be used to retrain the model even further, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of concentration. And if I go to the next slide, you can see a kind of visualization of this dynamic. So the next critical ingredient in training a cutting-edge AI model, and arguably the most important one, is computing power. Market-leading foundation models such as OpenAI's GPT and Google's Gemini are trained and run using massive quantities of computing power. And if we go back to the last slide, again, you can see that at the top there. This computing power is highly concentrated in both the cloud computing market, which is controlled by an oligopoly of basically 3 and actually more like 2 big tech firms, and also in advanced semiconductors, which aren't covered by the graphic, but which are basically monopolized by NVIDIA on the design side and TSMC in the manufacturing of semiconductors. Both of them have around a 90% market share. And to make matters worse, these semiconductors themselves are extremely scarce and very expensive, putting firms with deeper pockets, in other words, the tech monopolies, in a much stronger bargaining position than researchers, startups, and even most governments. And we heard earlier from Gary, from Robotniks, and Gerhard from Siemens about how hard it is to get hold of those chips these days. This concentration in computing power gives a huge advantage to the firms that control it, which are generally the same firms that are today taking a lead in generative AI. And it forces everyone else in the market to either partner with those dominant companies, essentially giving up their independence, or risking irrelevance, as I'll talk about a little bit later. Now, of course, even in our increasingly automated age, data and computing power are useless without the talent. So think about machine learning experts, software engineers, data scientists that are able to transform those resources into functional products. And here as well, this talent is highly concentrated among a tiny number of superstar firms who are able to pay far higher salaries than any independent startup, even those backed by venture capitalists. And while this has long been the case, the hype surrounding generative AI, justified or not, has led to a further explosion in remuneration for top tech talent, further strengthening the positions of those firms that are able to pay the most. And nothing really illustrates this power dynamic better than the recent story of Inflection AI, until recently seen as one of the most promising competitors to big tech in the AI race, and which raised over $1 billion of funding as recently as last year. Yet all it took was a call from Microsoft for 2 out of 3 of Inflection's founders to jump ship to Microsoft, of course, bringing most of the startup staff with them. And let's not forget, Microsoft was nearly successful in making a similar offer to Sam Altman and to OpenAI's entire staff just a couple of months ago. Now, the final piece of the picture in this landscape of extreme concentration is the tech giants' control of the key pathways for commercializing innovative AI technologies. And again, you can see that at the bottom of the CMA graphic there. AI models and applications are rarely useful in isolation, but need to be integrated across a whole range of commercial gateways and technologies if they're going to be useful to consumers and businesses. But as we know, these gateways, including cloud computing, search engines, operating systems, app stores, browsers, and many more, are dominated by the same set of gatekeepers which I've been talking about so far. Their control of these critical gateways not only gives them a huge advantage when it comes to commercializing their AI technologies, but it also gives them the power to limit rivals' access to those gateways, or to extract value from the consumers and businesses that depend on those services. And we've seen these practices repeat themselves many times in the digital economy over the last 10 or 15 years. And in AI, we're already starting to see what this looks like in practice, from Microsoft using AI to reinforce its dominance in Office software, and Google doing the same in relation to its search engine, or the role of the big tech cloud platforms in hosting and controlling access to nearly every third-party AI model. And so, as I alluded to earlier, this concentration across all of the key ingredients needed to succeed in AI makes it very hard for new players, be they European, be they American, to break through. Nearly every single significant startup in the sector, from OpenAI and Anthropic to Mistral and Cohere, has found itself exchanging its independence for access to big tech's expertise, its data, its money, and its infrastructure. And so here's another graph from that CMA report I mentioned, which I think shows just how extensive this nebulous web of partnerships and investments really is. So let's take the example of OpenAI, which I would argue is now in many ways effectively a subsidiary of Microsoft, and probably the best known example of these types of partnerships. So in exchange for reported $13 billion of investment, and I say reported because the exact terms of the deal have never been made public, OpenAI is required to use Microsoft as its exclusive cloud provider, to hand over up to half of its shares, and to give Microsoft privileged access to its technology. And when OpenAI's board attempted to fire Sam Altman last year, apparently over safety concerns, it became pretty clear who called the shots. Microsoft not only overrode the board's decision, but also appeared to be successful in pushing for the board's replacement, and even gained a role as an observer on the board in the process. And so I think the impact of this arrangement on competition is pretty clear. Microsoft has little incentive to compete against its lucrative investment, while OpenAI has little incentive to put the significant support that it's received from Microsoft at risk. And there are other examples of this dynamic, which are all captured by the CMA chart, including $6 billion that Anthropic has received from Amazon and Google, and the kind of de facto acquisition of Inflection that I mentioned earlier. But perhaps the case that has resonated most with Europeans is the deal that Mistral, a leading French AI startup, struck with Microsoft in February of this year. Under the terms of that deal, Microsoft will give Mistral the computing power it needs to develop its advanced foundation models in exchange for privileged access to the French startup's technology, as well as a small equity stake. But it wasn't the terms of that deal or the size of it that grabbed people's attention at the time. It was the fact that just a few months earlier, Mistral was one of the highest profile advocates for watering down the EU's Artificial Intelligence Act, on the basis that doing so would protect its ability to compete with the US tech giants and allow it to emerge as a European champion. And yet just a few months later, here it was jumping into the arms of one of those giants. Some even speculated that Mistral had reached an agreement with Microsoft long before the deal was made public and had actually lobbied on its behalf in Brussels. But whatever happened behind the scenes, we shouldn't miss the forest for the trees. The real lesson from the Mistral saga is not about the AI Act at all. It's about the fact that the digital infrastructure of the 21st century is controlled by a handful of US tech firms which we know ruthlessly exploit that infrastructure to their own competitive advantage. And so until we solve that fundamental structural imbalance, we'll keep seeing startups like Mistral and others being swallowed up by the tech giants, both in Europe and everywhere else. And Europe will miss the boat in AI just as it did with Web 2.0 and continue to find itself dependent on decisions and on technologies that are made and developed elsewhere. So if we want to avoid this pessimistic vision of the future, Europe needs to get serious about dealing with the excessive concentration that we see in AI and that we see in digital markets that I've described to you so far. And it needs to do so quickly before the grip of these gatekeepers becomes too tight to break. So our recent report, which I mentioned earlier, suggests a number of practical ways forward for regulators and governments to move forward, many of which are based on laws that we actually already have available, both in Europe and in the United States. And while I don't have time to discuss all of these in detail here, I'd like to highlight 3 areas which we see as priorities. First, we need to investigate and, where necessary, break up these anti-competitive partnerships between dominant tech firms and AI startups. We need to see many of these deals for what they really are, acquisitions in all but name, and treat them accordingly. And if our existing powers, our merger control regimes don't let us do that, then we need to update them in response to the changing realities on the ground. Second, we need to crack down on efforts by dominant tech firms to entrench their power and eliminate rivals through monopolistic conduct, the kind of conduct that we've seen in the past. That includes any attempts to limit rivals' access to key inputs or platforms such as data, computing power, and marketplaces, or to self-preference their own product over those of third parties, for example, by ranking their AI models preferentially on their cloud platforms. And existing powers, including antitrust laws and new digital competition regimes like the DMA in Brussels and the Section 19A regime in Germany, provide powerful tools to get us started. But the third and most important part of this picture, and arguably the most difficult, will be to open up access to the critical inputs that AI developers need, especially computing power and data. So it's not enough to just stop bad behavior, but we also need to really open the market up. And I think here it's important for us to not fixate on any one solution in particular. The way we'll achieve this is through a diverse set of interventions, including data portability, interoperability, utility-style regulation, in some cases unbundling and structural separation, as well as investments in public infrastructure. And many people have talked about the role of governments in investing in cloud, so that is definitely part of the picture, but it isn't the only thing we need to do. Ensuring broad and deep access to these inputs, free from control and interference by gatekeepers, is the only way to ensure the emergence of genuine European tech challengers. Or to riff on the title of today's conference, we need to boost competition, radically boost competition, in order to enable AI innovation in Europe. And if we succeed in this mission, then Europe has a real chance of being a major player in the digital economy of the 21st century, with huge benefits for European citizens, European workers, and European entrepreneurs. But if we fail, the alternative is Europe's demotion to a technological vassal state, dependent on foreign tech monopolies for its digital infrastructure and unable to capture the economic benefits of innovation. It's time for Europe to take its digital future into its own hands before it's too late. Thank you.
Does anybody else have some illusion about this picture? I guess we have questions from the audience. Do we have? A couple of them. Let's start and collect them and start from this side.
Thank you, and thank you very much for this clear analysis. Coming from the valley of regulation, I wonder what the Market and Competition Authority did the last years to, they just watched this development coming. Did they do anything, or what happened?
Let's get one more. Please.
Yeah, very comprehensive, thanks. But you didn't touch China at all. Can you put this in context maybe as well?
Please go for it.
Any others? Okay, so on the first question, I'm guessing you're referring to the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK. So I think the story with the CMA, the story with a lot of competition authorities in digital markets is that for a while they kind of sat back and watched what was happening, as you say. I think there was this view that these new big tech companies were innovative, they were great, they were creating lots of benefits for consumers, and so it was fine that they were big because everyone liked their products. And I think a lot of the harms that are now quite obvious, especially to innovation and to small businesses and entrepreneurship and so on, I think became evident later. There's definitely been now, I think, a change in understanding, and the CMA and other authorities in the EU, in the US, here in Germany as well, the Bundeskartellamt, are taking this problem a lot more seriously. But I think we're kind of still in the early part of that attempt to really now try and tip the scale in the other direction. So you have, for example, a lot more antitrust cases in the digital sphere. You have more mergers now where big tech companies are being blocked from taking over startups. You have big new pieces of legislation that are kind of imposing new obligations on these big tech firms to try and prevent them from behaving anti-competitively. But I think the DMA, for example, which is the European legislation in that area, it's only really come into effect for a few months. And we've already seen some big changes in these business models, but I think it's kind of too early to tell whether it's really going to open things up or just kind of be on the surface. But I think we're moving in a positive direction. On China, yeah, I mean, you hear a lot these days about this kind of three-way battle between the EU and the US and China. I think it's important for Europe to, as I said, it's important for Europe to kind of not be a passenger when it comes to these technologies and to kind of play a more active role. But I think when I look at China's sector, that's an area where we've actually seen a lot of decoupling already. I mean, at the end of the day, China kind of has its own dominant tech companies, Alibaba and Baidu and Tencent and others. They don't have much of a presence in Europe, really. They kind of dominate China and certain other parts of Asia. But I think it's really the US corporations that have a much bigger impact on the European market. And so I think dealing with that problem is important, and I think it will also help Europe to compete vis-a-vis the US, but also vis-a-vis China. So that's how I look at it.
Arthur, more Simonetta, please.
So thank you, Simonetta Vizzoso, Trento University. Thank you so much. Wonderful keynote speech. My question relates to the possibility of using merger control to check on these partnership alliances, because I mean, there is I couldn't find it back, but there is a sentence in the update by the CMA, which I found actually wonderful, saying that they are sort of taking bets on many different possible disruptors, okay, and they are controlling disrupting innovation by doing that. So it's not just one merger. You can of course, there have been some examples, but it's really is a partnership. So do we need something else?
So yeah, I agree with the picture you painted, that it's kind of a strategy of really trying to co-opt everyone else in the market. Either because their technology will be useful someday to the big tech company, or just to get rid of that company. But the way I look at it is I look at it very similar to a lot of the what people call killer acquisitions in the past. So Facebook buying WhatsApp and Instagram, Google buying YouTube and DoubleClick. I think they're playing a very similar role in kind of driving tech consolidation in this emerging area of technology. I think merger control definitely has a role to play, but there's this question of whether it's currently fit for purpose to do so, because if you look at the way that a lot of these deals are structured, most of them are not, very few of them are actually formal mergers. They're very cleverly designed to replicate a lot of the benefits of mergers in terms of access to technology, influence over the smaller firm, without kind of actual full legal ownership. I don't think that's unintentional. I think part of it is these companies realize that it's much harder to get these kind of mergers through now. And so they're trying trying to find other ways of doing that. I think, you know, you have to look at jurisdiction by jurisdiction. So, for example, if I compare the UK and the EU, which are the two jurisdictions I'm most familiar with, the UK regime, the language in there gives a bit more wiggle room to the CMA to intervene in deals that, for example, are minority investments because of the way that it defines control, whereas the EU merger regulation sets a higher threshold for what counts as control. You know, the Bundeskartellamt in Germany looked into Microsoft and OpenAI and kind of said, we see competition problems, but because of when OpenAI became active in Germany and so on, it's too late for us to intervene. So I think all these authorities see a problem, and it's just a question of whether these powers are fit for purpose. You know, I think we should try and use what we have now as much as possible. And if it's not merger control, we also have, you know, powers to crack down on cartels, and maybe we could look at these deals as kind of illegal partnerships. And then if we're not able to do that, then let's update the legislation, basically. So, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
One more last question, or two more questions by...
A quick question, what's your take on to use, for example, from the OECD, the base erosion profit shifting approach to limit the power of those companies?
We collect, please.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the very interesting remarks. Maybe not a fatalistic question, but do you see any realistic way to get around the economies of scale and the enormous amount of investment in compute, how to fix that ex post in a way? Is there have you come across any walkable path, even if legally unrealistic?
And Bego, please tell us one.
Thank you. Begoña Otero from the Max Planck Institute for Innovation and Competition in Munich. Two quick comments. One, because we also have here the author of a story or a book that I think it's regulating the code. I mean, what he's telling, it sounds really, really, really the same story again. It's happening to what would happen with the internet, this regulatory capture. But aren't we very late again in the game from this ex-post perspective? Because if you look back just 10 years ago, the main publications in research in AI, the main breakthroughs were coming not from MIT, were coming from Facebook, from Meta now, or so on and so forth. And two, when you talk about, I'm not looking China, I mean, under the coupling, yes, but they own infrastructure in Africa, and we're talking about data. They own infrastructure, so data centers, South America, so on and so forth. So if we look at that from a more global perspective, shouldn't we be taking that into account too? Thanks.
Okay, some great questions and a lot to respond to. So going chronologically, so on the tax point, I think absolutely cracking down on the kind of tax avoidance, tax evasion, whatever you want to call it, that we've seen by some of these dominant corporations, which are often basically monopolies or oligopolies, not just in tech, but in other sectors, I think is really important. I don't think it solves the problem that I've talked about in terms of the structural imbalances. I think those kind of super profits that these companies have earned are, for me, largely a result of their market power and their dominance. That's why they're able to generate this money that they then move around to tax havens. So taxing it is kind of, you know, fixing a little bit of the damage afterwards. But I think if we really want to solve the problem, we need to actually make the market competitive, and a lot of those profits will disappear as other companies eat into that you know, those profits. So that's how I'd see it. So, you know, let's do that, but it's not enough. The second question, what was? Can I get a reminder of? Oh, it was about cloud. Yeah. So I think a lot of people see a problem with cloud and with concentration in cloud, and you've had a number of competition authorities, for example, doing really good studies looking at this oligopoly that I talked about earlier. You know, Amazon and Microsoft, I think, have about 60% of the market, and then Google have another 6-7%. And there's not really anyone significant outside of that, and it creates a lot of problems. You know, it's someone mentioned earlier how now you're able to switch between different cloud providers because of the Data Act. So there are little improvements, but it's still very concentrated. There isn't so much thinking on kind of what the actual structural solution is. You know, we're doing some work on that, and I think some ideas that are out there that seem compelling are, you know, firstly, whether we actually need to look at some kind of unbundling there. One of the issues with being dominant in cloud and being dominant in lots of other areas, as these companies are, is that you basically own the essential infrastructure and then you own the services on top. And you have a kind of conflict of interest where if you are a company that owns the cloud and you also have an AI model, and you've also got a customer that runs an AI model on the cloud, you're going to give priority access to that computing power to your own model, or to a startup that you've invested in, rather than that kind of independent third party. So maybe we need to look at some kind of structural separation to remove that ability to self-preference. There's the idea of whether we need to look at these cloud platforms as public utilities, which could in many ways achieve a similar type of function. Lots of other areas like energy and telecoms and so on. We recognize that when you're a systemic provider, you have certain responsibilities. You have to treat all traffic equally. You can't discriminate. You have to price fairly. Maybe we need to do that in a cloud as well, and that could solve some of these problems. And yeah, I would say those are kind of the main things. There's also the public investment angle, creating alternative capacity to these dominant players. I don't think that's the silver bullet, because you look at how much Amazon and Microsoft invest annually in data centers. I don't know if it makes sense for governments to replicate all of that. I think it's more about actually repurposing that infrastructure so that really benefits the public interest more. And then on your kind of questions. Yeah, I think I haven't thought about that kind of question of, China investing in the global south and so on. I think obviously it is a problem if it's creating these same kinds of dependencies. But then there's the question of who solves that problem. Is it those governments potentially? But that's obviously a big ask for them. So then, I don't know. But it's an interesting problem that you've raised. So.
Many thanks, dear Max.
Cool.
It was excellent.
Thank you.
We have prolonged the time, but it was worth, I believe. Now we continue with Samuel Stalton. Dear Sam, you had last time the great conversation with Tim Wu, and you continue now in the same spirit, in the transatlantic spirit. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And I do apologize in advance if my voice goes at any point in the next panel. Evidently, I've been attending too many Berlin techno raves over the course of this week. But thanks for hanging in there, particularly before the arrival of the 6 horsemen of the digital apocalypse later on, which sounds rather dystopian to me. The next subject we're going to touch on is a bit more sort of tranquil, shall we say. We'll be talking about the great US-Europe antitrust convergence, and we'll be focusing specifically here on competition policy enforcement between Washington and Brussels, and where those points converge and where those points maybe diverge from one another as well. We'll be speaking specifically about the Digital Markets Act and transatlantic efforts to curtail the market abuses of big tech. To discuss this topic, we're joined by a stellar panel of those working at the forefront of these issues. We're very pleased to welcome Vittorio Cotafavi from the US Department of Justice Antitrust Division. We also have Thorsten Kasseberg from the German Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and we're very pleased to be joined by Simonetta Vezzoso from the University of Trento. So if we could have an applause for our panelists for this session, please. Thank you, please, wherever you like. That's right, I don't think it's COVID, hopefully. Fingers crossed. While you're following this discussion, feel free to take notes, and about 10 minutes before the end, we'll open the floor up for some questions from you all as well. So without further ado, I think we should jump straight into our discussion. Vittorio, maybe I could start with you first, coming at this subject from a very broad angle. And I suppose the question that immediately comes to my mind is what sort of a role should antitrust enforcement play in society? There was an article that emerged from in between the pages of the Financial Times earlier this year that accused the EU of being far too wedded to the consumer welfare standard in its enforcement of competition policy, and made the claim that US enforcers are taking a much broader look at how corporate power is amassed and instrumentalized. Do you recognize these tensions between the US and the US approaches, or do you think these certain ideological divergences have been totally blown out of proportion?
Thank you for the question, Sam, and thank you to the Foundation and to Pencho for inviting me. Forums like this that allow for the exchange of ideas across jurisdictions, across disciplines, are vitally important as we grapple with really difficult questions like the one Sam just asked me. So thank you. I also have to give my standard disclaimer, which is to the extent I express some opinions, and I'm sure Sam's not going to let me get off the stage without expressing some, they are my own and do not represent those of the DOJ. To your question.
I don't like it when they say that.
Yeah, I have to. I'd get in a lot of trouble if I didn't. To your question, you know, I see, right, to make a distinction between rhetoric and action, right? Commentators will commentate, right? Like they're looking for daylight between positions of agencies. I can tell you firsthand, based on dozens and dozens of casework examples from my time when I was in Brussels last year, in my 10 years at DOJ, there has never been more convergence in the casework, in the day-to-day, you know, work of an agency, right, which is matter by matter, merger by merger. On that metric, whether it's modes of analysis, methods of investigation, most importantly, conclusions, you know, enforcement actions, we are absolutely in lockstep, more so than any point in the 10 years I've been at DOJ. And I think, you know, efforts to sort of try to find the daylight and shine between the two agencies and sort of make something of it is interesting, but I think a bit of a distraction. I'll make one other quick point, you know, to the extent there is divergence, right, and here I think of like the Digital Markets Act and the fact that we have nothing that resembles it. I actually think there's some opportunity, certainly a learning opportunity there, right? You think about 2-3 years into the future and a situation where we have evidence of the impact of the DMA on EU consumers, and we can look to the US and see, okay, well, here's another 300-odd million people who didn't have the benefits of the DMA and really do, you know, to use a technical term in our field, a natural experiment. I mean, it's the natural experiment to end all natural experiments. As an antitrust nerd, I give myself, you know, goosebumps thinking about the opportunities to really look across each of the elements of the DMA and say which one worked, which one didn't, and then for the rest of the world that's watching so closely to think, well, maybe, you know, article so-and-so and maybe this article so-and-so here make sense to import. But anyway, I went a little longer than I intended to.
Let's bring in your DMA experience a bit later on, because I'm sure our audience would appreciate a bit of insight into your experience in Brussels, particularly working in the powerful Madou building, obviously the head of DG Comp. Simonetta, if I could come to you now on this, and the comments that caused such a stir earlier this year by the Director General of DG Comp were Olivier Gerson's now infamous claim that antitrust enforcement is sometimes side dish to everything else, to sort of concrete policy actions. And I suppose leading on from what Vittorio was talking about there, if there is any form of divergence in the approach between the US and the EU here, is it therefore about theory and practice, actually? Because, you know, the EU does have quite a broad body of work and body of cases that it can look back on and demonstrate as attempts, at least, to make decisions and to ensure some form of fairness and contestability, particularly in digital markets.
Thank you so much. I don't know whether it's on.
Yes.
It's on. Thank you so much. Such a question. I don't know where to start. So first of all, the idea that in Europe competition policy is perhaps a side dish, I think is totally nonsense, for the sense that we are based on the idea of competition. I mean, the treaty on coal and steel of 1952 was a treaty, an antitrust treaty, basically. I mean, you have there provisions against cartels, against abusive dominant positions, against mergers. You have even well-being of workers, okay, but based on markets. So it's really at the core of the European Union. It has always been. So it's a very sophisticated dish. I could call it saffron risotto, okay, but it's really a delicate, wonderful dish which is really at the core. So the idea, but this is the past, and I hope it stays like that, because now I hear talking about competitiveness. Okay, not competition, something else, okay? So I really would like to look into that. So what is it? So I think, of course, nothing is perfect. Everything could be, I'm totally for disruptive innovation all the time. But, I mean, we should not forget the core is there, and it worked actually very well. So concerning divergence or convergence, what I really quite like, I mean, what Vittorio just said, learning from experience, national experiments, but also, for instance, I take the DOJ Apple case now. So the remedies there remind me very strongly of the DMA obligations. So if the DMA obligations work, well, the judge could say, well, look, it works. So we have the remedies there already. So there are many levels of convergence. And the other thing is, well, I'm not a politician, I'm not an enforcer, I'm a humble researcher. And actually, I suffered quite a lot in the last decades under the spell of the Chicago School, because, I mean, I started off being an admirer of the ordoliberalism, and then even in Europe it was questioned and is coming back, and I think you should really stay there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry with all this talk of side dishes and entrees. Thorsten, if we could bring the discussion to you now in the perspective of the German government, I mean, what role does competition enforcement play for you in Germany? What role can it play? What role should it play? You know, is this something that has over the years been pushed to the sidelines, or is it a panacea for ensuring contestability, fairness across the European economy at large?
I would actually turn it around to the defense of Olivier Garçon. I remember the morning when I read the FT article, I thought, what a bad article. I think he was totally quoted out of context. He was misunderstood. What he was basically saying, when rereading his speech, and then I come to the question, is he wanted to make the point, and that is your question, that Europe's main challenge is really about competitiveness. And he was surely not saying we should give up on strict enforcement of competition rules. I think there was the question on the Silicon Valley of regulation. The main challenge in Europe right now is not to enforce the competition rules. That's what we are doing. The main challenge is really to get innovation, have these firms. And that's, I think, what he meant by saying competition rules are a side dish looking into the wider geopolitical and competitiveness challenges for Europe. So that's my take on what he said. And on your question, I mean, for the German government, we obviously try to contribute to bringing about the Digital Markets Act. We are happy that it's there. And on the convergence question, I'd say to the US colleagues, don't wait for the DMA. I think maybe the natural experiment is really that you are bound in the sense that you didn't get legislation through Congress, which may actually not be too bad, because you can go for the bigger steps. Because if you look into the presentation that we heard on AI, where you really have a gap in the DMA, there are lots of gaps in the DMA. Resources in a commission are now bound to enforce the DMA, which is good. But as you can see, innovation is moving on. So in a sense, maybe it's not too bad that we have the US relying on Section 2 Sherman Act to think bigger, to go for structural separation, for example, in the edtech sector. And so I'm sure that due to generative AI, we'll talk about a second. I mean, we're already talking about how to step up merger enforcement, how to prevent the apparent circumvention of merger rules. So in a sense, it's good that we have this kind of. It's a convergence, and at the same time, it's a convergence of direction, but it's also a bit of a competition on what rules are best to be applied to those new problems.
Well, that's key, isn't it, really? And Vittorio, it would be interesting to hear your views on the frustrations from the DOJ that the American Innovation and Choice Online Act and the Open App Markets Act didn't make the progress that you were quite hoping for.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not really going to touch that one because I maybe should have led with this. You know, I'm a frontline case handler. I work cases, and sort of what happens on the Hill or frankly anywhere else, I have not much bandwidth for. We have been, I couldn't agree more, and Torsten, you put it very well. I mean, you use the tools that you have, right? If you don't get the present you want for Christmas, you know, I mean, if you're a kid, you don't move on that quickly. But as a grown-up, you know, you move on. And the tools that we have are pretty powerful, right? I mean, they are, Section 2 has a very long history. We have not sort of, you know, pulled it out of our quiver that many times in our history. But in these last 4 years, we have more than we ever have before. And to, you know, use a tool for which the remedial powers could include structural breakups. I mean, I think, you know, being somewhat deliberate before you pull that tool is the right approach. But we're certainly in a very different place than we were 5 years ago. And it's hard to keep up, even with my own colleagues, in terms of the lawsuits that are being filed. That's on the sort of abusive dominant position, Section 2 point. Merger control, which is more what I focus on in my day job, which is not this. This is my side job. Is an absolutely, I think of isn't it a Dutch story of the boy with the thumb in the dike holding we are so busy, and mergers just keep happening, and they keep happening, and they're happening across the economy, but especially in the digital sector where I focus. And it's, I think, just as important, and I know that our colleagues in Brussels and frankly everywhere else are feeling the same pinch of realization of the work to be done and then the resource issue associated with that.
We'll bring in a bit on your experience working on the DMA in a second, but I think it would be remiss of me at this point to not talk a bit more about mergers in the digital economy owing to your experience and some of the points that Max raised earlier, particularly about strategic investments in generative AI. How does the DOJ reflect on these types of deals, whether it's Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic partnerships with Google and Amazon? I mean, the list just keeps going on and on. We spoke about Mistral AI earlier on. What are the challenges for enforcers into looking at these types of deals? I mean, we spoke earlier about the specific thresholds that need to be met. What's going on here? And how can regulators intervene if there is a risk?
Right, so I have to be careful because we can't speak about anything that's sort of a live investigation.
If you could just give me a massive scoop, Vittorio, that would be fantastic, actually.
Sam's trying to get me in trouble.
There we go.
Trying to resist it. What I can say, right, and Max put it well earlier, which was basically kind of they're basically, you know, let's put it this way. In situations where it's basically a merger in substance, if not in form, we treat it under the same analytical framework that we do a merger. So we had a recent case of effectively of a joint venture between two airlines in the northeast the Northeast Alliance case it was called, where that was basically the argument. And what we had to do, also consistent with Max's intuitions, is we just challenged it under the equivalent of 101, under Section 1. That has implications in terms of the case law and the arguments you have to make, but you meet the facts where they are. If you know, all of these companies are very well advised, if they structure something just to kind of, you know, whether it's a loophole or just kind of below thresholds, you bring to bear the legal tools that you have. If it turns out that they've actually found some sort of loophole, not commenting on the current cases, but just generally, then yes, it's hopefully an argument that the legislature would be open to hearing about.
Mm-hmm. And those types of deals, I mean, they will garner more scrutiny under the DMA, which obviously mandates gatekeepers to inform, not necessarily notify, all their acquisitions to the European Commission. But you're someone, actually one of the very few people who has had a hand in some of the DMA work that the Commission is currently doing, coming from the US. Can you tell us a bit about your experience about working on the Commission's DMA teams, how you came to be involved, and what really the DOJ thinks about the DMA after the enforcement deadline of March the 6th, and we're seeing changes from the gatekeepers. We're also seeing legal challenges to the ECJ. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, and I will answer this trying not to get myself in trouble. And obviously, Michael, who's on the next panel, I think is better placed to speak to some of the more recent developments. But yes, I was very lucky to, for personal and professional reasons, to spend some time with Michael and the DMA team last year. Reactions include awe at just the project management aspect of standing up a whole new team with a new legal instrument that's complicated, that presents, it's been called a lawyer's paradise, which I've heard sort of variations on a few times today, but I know firsthand it's certainly true with the DMA. So just enormous respect for the team and how hard they're working. In terms of the DOJ's view on it and how my role sort of came to be, we have a long history of exchanges between agencies, so it was sort of in that tradition. Specifically why the DMA, you can think of it as there's a new sectoral regulator, right? And if you do antitrust analysis and there's a sectoral regulator in that area, one of the first things you do is you go and understand the sectoral regulation. So as someone who, largely mergers, but looks at conduct and mergers in digital markets constantly as an agency, it's basically, we thought, malpractice not to get really smart on the ins and outs of the DMA so that we could now, right, which is my sort of second job, follow along, right? I mean, just the last month of news coming out of the DMA team and all of the sort of Twitter exchanges and so forth. I mean, it's a lot to follow, and to have somebody, sort of giving myself a plug, to have somebody, on our side of the pond able to understand 80% of what's going on. I mean, I still can't quite follow everything that's going on, but I know provides a lot of value to DOJ.
Yeah. Simonetta, what things can the DOJ, the FTC, global regulators at large learn at this stage from the EU's enforcement of the DMA? What lessons are there to be learned? What loopholes are there to be exposed? How are things going at the moment? And how can this be a collaborative effort globally to creating a digital economy that is more fairer and contestable?
Yes, so it's a very tough question again. So my take is what I really see sort of developing out of the DMA, which I find really fascinating, is how it's opening new spaces, okay, from where new things can emerge. And that's really fascinating. So the idea that by doing that, so you give the possibility of new players coming in, and there is space for them, and then perhaps out of that will be some innovation. So that I really find fascinating. And I think that most authorities and most legislators could learn from that, in the sense that, okay, there has been really a grip on certain digital sectors, and they are now a little bit, I mean, there is a little bit more air, more space, more fertile soil, I would say, perhaps more investments. So there is also a sort of redistribution of innovation incentives down the road, perhaps. So this is something I think that's really fascinating to look at. Again, as for the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, they are very brave experiments from the side of the European Commission, I find. I mean, of course, the legislators. So it's really creating a new digital environment, okay, based on things we believe in, like digital rights, GDPR, so not becoming China, just to be blunt. And so it's really, so this is something I think legislators and the enforcers worldwide should really look at, okay, the new space you are creating for new ones to emerge.
Mm-hmm. And is there not the risk of certain blind spots emerging? I mean, Thorsten alluded to this earlier. Shouldn't we be looking at the technologies of the future now, rather than the technologies that have come before and that the EU has found to be abusive to a certain extent? I mean, are there any risks that the DMA won't be as forward-looking as perhaps what we intended it to be?
Of course, I mean, it's technology, but I think, first of all, many of the core platform services, of course, already embed generative AI, whatever. I mean, it's like, productivity software. I mean, it's there. I mean, search engines. It has always been machine learning. So it's not that it's not future-proof, not at all. But there will be new areas. For instance, I think for cloud, we could have a couple of obligations more, perhaps. Or perhaps also in the future, if we also have platforms for generative AI, so it's a possible development. Perhaps also there we could look at a couple of things more. There is also, I would definitely advise the European Commission, the team, to use as much as possible the possibility of broadening the DMA, already starting thinking about broadening it by way of market investigation and perhaps say, okay, let's look forward. Of course, we had to look back because there were so many other things we didn't solve, okay? And this is the basis for moving forward, but definitely there is the risk that we are not moving fast enough, as always.
Yes.
But the other thing is, I'm not sure, the DMA is not there to solve all our issues. I still believe we need a very strong Article 102, so I'm happy if the guidelines come and perhaps make these tools stronger. So we need to use everything we have in our toolkit. It's not it's not solving all our issues in any case.
Yeah, and is it a question of speed and efficiency in terms of drawing further services under the scope of the DMA, or would certain anti-competitive abuses be dealt with better under 102? And I suppose, is there also the risk of doubling up on work? I mean, I'm thinking of the Apple-Spotify case, particularly here, that strikes me as something that could be dealt with under the DMA, but the 102 case is obviously progressing. Is that not a risk of doubling up on work in this regard?
Of course, we should try to be as efficient as possible, as clever as possible, as smart as possible in applying the tools we have, looking for synergies, but avoiding to do the work twice. Of course, the risk is there, but I think as Vittoria was saying, there is a great management of the work, creating something new, and that these are, I think, thoughts that they are having while now applying the DMA. In a sense, also looking for synergies with other tools. But these things are developing. I think it's, and then of course we shouldn't forget there are quite a lot of very good national competition authorities which could give a hand. So we have new tools. We have a wonderful new tool given to the Italian competition authority. If you don't know, we have a market investigation tool which could even come to decisions of structural remedies and behavioral remedies. So there is quite a lot we can choose from.
Yes. Thorsten, just bringing you back in here, looking ahead 5 years, for the German government, what does a successful DMA look like? I mean, what changes will it have provoked in the digital economy? What's your vision, I suppose, for the future of that economy and the digital marketplace in Europe? Do you think that companies will step into line without much fuss? Do you think their legal challenges will go on for years to come? What's your view on how things will look like going forward?
The positive vision, and I think Simonetta said that already to some extent, would be that, I mean, what is the DMA? It's incumbent regulation regarding certain spaces that we know, that we have known for some years. It's not cutting edge, it's not super proof, it's not on generative AI, but it's on technologies that we've seen emerge and are used to use over the last 5 years. And it spells out very specific obligations. And on that front, as you said, the hope is that there will be space for a competition in those markets. I guess mainly neighboring markets around the core markets like search, like app stores. It's the probability that the DMA will tilt the balance towards total disruption on the main markets, I guess, is not very high. But the positive vision would be to have really competition and players in the neighboring markets and to have innovation there.
Yeah, I suppose the challenge is, you know, what does competition look like in particular markets? If you talk about the search market, where, you know, the likes of Google has as high as 90% of market share across certain jurisdictions, how on earth do you rebalance that dynamic? How do you achieve your vision of competition in a market that is dominated by one company?
That's a very hard one, because search, I guess, is right now, given the technology seems to have extremely high network effects. I guess what we have not successfully done over the last 10 years was to prevent from this monopoly on the market being leveraged into many other markets. That's the problem. And that I understand your question on how to generate competition on the search market. Obviously, I can't predict the future. There are the stories out there that generative AI may, to some extent, and that's why I guess Google right now is quite anxious, might to some extent substitute for search, so other players might really come into that space. But that's really then putting your hope into technological disruption and not on antitrust enforcement, not on the DMA, not on structural separation.
Mm-hmm. Vittorio, what does technological disruption look like to you? Because obviously, I mean, GAFAM are all hit to a certain extent by the DMA. They also contribute a hell of a lot to the American economy. What is the incentive for US regulators to build a DMA-esque type regulation that could achieve this type of disruptive innovation?
So it is certainly outside of my expertise to try to get into the mind of legislatures. Yeah, what I would say, though, is, and one other sort of somewhat snide comment, you can also imagine that trying to write and pass legislation that would materially modify the business models of very important domestic companies might be somewhat fraught for those legislatures. So that's just sort of a reality of, yeah, that's as much as I'll say in terms of trying to get inside of a legislator's mind. Outside of that, you know, we speaking from kind of the front lines or in the trenches, you know, if another tool, let me put it this way. if we get to a point in 2 or 3 years, right, where there are aspects of the DMA that have proven to improve contestability and fairness, we have, gotten some decisions in the cases that we brought, including the Google search case, maybe that haven't gone our way. When you start to put that case together, that's potentially a lot more compelling to a legislature, right? You say, we've used the tools we've had. This other very big jurisdiction did this other thing that seems to be working really well. That, to me at least, that sounds compelling. I mean, that's the best case that we could certainly make. Now, I hope we win all of our cases, and we don't have sort of both arguments to make. But to my mind, that's the personal opinion. The only path where we're going to get to something that even looks remotely like the DMA in the States is proof of success on some of these contestability and fairness dimensions, and the ability to come back and say, look at the benefits that EU consumers have that US consumers are not getting because of Article X, Y, or Z. I hope, right? My hope in sort of a representative, functioning legislature would result in action.
Mm-hmm. And there's also, of course, the spectre of a potential Trump presidency that may swing the dial somewhat in a direction that I don't think anyone can really predict at the moment. We won't go down that rabbit hole for now. Maybe we'll save that for the drinks later. Perhaps we could open the floor for questions now. We have about 10 minutes or so.
8.
8 minutes and counting. So if you could raise your hand, let us know what your name is, who your question is to. We have Francesco. Is that you up there? Yes. Hi.
Can you hear me without mic?
Yeah.
I have a question for Vittorio. Thanks a lot. It was very interesting. By the way, I'm Francesco from Spotify. My question is about information asymmetry when it comes to the companies that you scrutinize. I think it's a challenge for all enforcers, especially in the tech sector. What are the tools of the DOJ to cope with that?
That's a great question, and I'll let Michael speak to the asymmetry issues in terms of the DMA implementation. Sticking with the DOJ, you have the same tools that you have in antitrust, you call it, in conduct. You go to the market, right? You speak to other market participants, and hopefully some are willing to help educate the case teams about the relevant sort of technical aspects. So that's one route. Another route we use often is hiring industry experts, whether at universities or think tanks or whatever the relevant space is. In-house, we're working on that too. Obviously, we have a big stable of industrial organization economists. We're trying to build out, I know every agency, antitrust agency is, in terms of behavioral economics, in terms of data scientists, et cetera, et cetera. We're nowhere near where we'd like to be on that, the in-house capability, but I know it's a priority at DOJ and the FTC, and the EU and the CMA, et cetera, et cetera. But at this point, it's more reliance on third parties and outside experts.
Yep. Thanks, Francesco. We had a question over here, Clark.
Hi, Sam. Thanks very much. Great panel. I'm Clark Parsons from the Internet Economy Foundation here in Berlin, and I also lead the European Startup Network. And it was interesting, you guys just said, what does competition look like? I would quickly posit, as Vittorio, you just said, you really have to rely on the few players left in the market to try and tell you what they need. A really interesting development is that the Neutral Search Initiative now has, I think, more than 105 European companies and startup associations and hyperscalers that have all signed it. A question to you guys, I think, especially before these investigations dropped a couple of weeks ago, many of us thought the DMAs failed already because all we saw was minimum viable compliance and really sort of enshittification of products in the name of saying, ooh, the DMA make the consumer experience worse. I'm just curious to know if you guys have a general impression, if you see this strategy of minimum viable compliance and really, honestly, bad faith from many of the core platform service gatekeepers continuing, or if you see that there is any kind of behind closed doors willingness to actually try and really sort of abide by these principles.
Yes, Simonetta, do you want to
I just wanted to remind that we have a DMA panel later. I don't know whether you can, of course, answer because there are other people, but we still have a DMA panel, but please.
So minimum viable compliance, is that, I've heard different types of compliance actually emerge since March the 7th. Malicious compliance is another one. So we have to decide on one maxim to use. Thorsten, maybe you would like to take that one.
I think Simonetta's right. It's in particular for Michael later on to say what he sees in terms of compliance level. From the outside, it's I mean, there seem to be at least some of the big players trying to go down the route that they chose apparently before to drag on the procedure, to throw in all their legal resources, not to lose chunks of their main income resources and main activities. And then, sorry to say, it's upon the Commission to define what legally valid minimum viable compliance is, and this threshold or bar should be as high as possible.
Yes, any more questions? Well, suddenly a wave of questions has hit us. This gentleman at the back first, please.
My name is Jan-Henrik Kunze. I'm with ZVI, German Electric and Digital Industry. This one goes to Thorsten Keseberg. You just mentioned that the DMA is not the cutting-edge law to deal with GPAI or AI competition problems. The 19A in the German antitrust law is much more open to future developments. What do you think? Might it be a feasible tool to address it, or you think it won't play a role when it comes to this?
I think I said that the DMA on generative AI is not like super future-proof. I'd still stick to, because you asked cutting edge. I mean, we saw that antitrust with those very open, in the nerds language standard, you just have the plain sentence, abuse of dominant position is prohibited, and it took us 10 years to apply that to specific strategies. So then we moved to the other end of the scale into, now I overdo it a bit, into nitty-gritty concrete obligations. And we are happy that the DMA does away with the market analysis and so on. But, I mean, the downside is, as you can see on the discussions on generative AI and cloud already, that maybe the next wave will be more principle-based regulation. 19A, well, it's still a bit stuck into the old antitrust world. So to have something really future-proof, you would probably have to do away with market analysis like the DMA. But you would have to do it principle-based. So it would be neither the 19A nor the DMA probably.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We've got about time for.
Maybe we combine and just short answer. Please, and Marianne.
I'm sorry, shall I repeat it?
No.
Okay. A couple of days ago, there was an Enforce Summit where the US enforcers, really in normal speech explained what they were doing. with all the regulation that comes out and everybody here still in need of explanation. Maybe it's a question for Thorsten, but are we going to resemble that in the in EU as well? When will we have a EU Enforcers Summit where we explain all the regulation in normal speech?
Like an ABA summit in Brussels or something like that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. Sounds fun.
The last question by Johannes, and then please.
I'll try to be super quick. Johannes Jenike, formerly of the Office of Damian Böselager in the European Parliament. I was lucky enough to be part of both the DGA and the Data Act negotiations, and in both cases there were some attempts to actually put in more ex-ante competitiveness tools, I would say, competition tools, by the way, sorry. So, for example, the unbundling provisions, I mean, there were certainly tries on the side of some actors, both in Parliament and outside, to put in unbundling provisions into the Data Act. So my question is a bit about this competition versus competitiveness question. So I sometimes have the feeling, and I think it is to Mr. Keseberg, I sometimes have the feeling that everything would be fine if Microsoft was a European company, that basically our competition thinking really involves around geopolitical thinking rather than the economical and legal considerations behind fair markets. And so I was wondering whether you see maybe in the way forward these competition tools actually making themselves into legislation, to ex-ante anti-competition, anti-cartel tools that we have, again unbundling being one of them. In the Data Governance Act, we have something a bit like this, commercial unbundling. Whether that's something that could more prominently feature in legislation, because despite multiple attempts, it has not. And I think the DMA also there were some debates about data unbundling in the DMA discussion. So maybe we are not as great as maybe this panel gives away in Brussels regulation as we could have been.
Any takers for that one? I suppose it's about the. Yeah.
I suppose it's
about the ambition of the team.
Maybe for Mr. Keseberg, because it is more often the member states that drive those developments, at least in my impression.
On the Data Act side, I'm not so sure. My impression was that it was really the European Commission that driving it. If I understood your question correctly, I'm not so sure whether the Data Act really goes down the route to unbundling. I mean, behind your question there lurks the opportunity that you can shift business strategies also, not of course through antitrust and competition regulation, but through mere behavioral, and to my understanding, the Data Act is more about trying to reduce the power asymmetries through different rules. So in that sense, it may be even perceived as a kind of complement to what the DMA and antitrust does.
Yes.
Perhaps just adding on that, well, because we mentioned new tools, we had the sort of proposal of a new competition tool, the EU-wide EU competition tool. Now we have in many countries, even Italy, so we have a new competition tool. We have in Germany, so we have of course, we had it in Greece for a few years. So I think time is ripe to have a EU new competition tool. So I would put it on the agenda of the next Commission.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good idea. Maybe.
So I also because from the point of view of the single market, it doesn't make sense to have all those market investigation tools. I'm a totally convinced European. I would prefer to have a EU-wide new competition tool.
There you go. That's one concrete policy suggestion for the next mandate. We're rapidly coming to the end of this session, so before we close this panel, it would be good maybe to get your concluding thoughts about this great US-Europe antitrust convergence, divergence, etc., where we are, where we're going forward in the future, what that transatlantic partnership looks like, and really, I suppose, what the digital economy could look like a few years down the line. So perhaps we could start with a few very short concluding comments from you, Vittorio, and then we'll go on through the panel.
I couldn't be more excited to be a mid-career competition specialist. And I see a lot of people who are more or less, we all should be excited, but as being a mid-career one, I find especially exciting because I grew up in a very sort of technocratic, Chicago school influenced. I went to Georgetown, I was an economics major, et cetera, right? So you come up like that, and then suddenly this happens, right? Where the lens, the aperture opens, and we're having the sort of conversations that prompted the little bit of back and forth in the op-ed pages of the FT. But what a wonderful transition, right? It felt, again, very much a personal opinion, like antitrust had lost its soul a little bit, and now we're trying to find it again, and that's the rhetoric. The work is the work, and it keeps going apace, and I'll close with what I led with, which was we are locked arm in arm with our enforcement colleagues around the world. So that is, I don't see that changing, even with potential events coming in November and June here, which we won't speak of. But I mean, I think I know that the connectivity, right, even at the staff level between these agencies is so strong that I'm optimistic, maybe naively, that will continue.
Thanks, Vittorio. Simonetta, your concluding remarks, please.
Well, from the point of view of researcher, somebody from academia, I think it's the best time ever also to be an antitrust. It's a little bit overwhelming because you have so much to read, so much new to think about, but I think it's really fascinating. And I also quite like the fact that you see, for instance, good ideas popping up in the US and that they are sort of retaken, re-elaborated in the EU. And then perhaps there is a broader dialogue. I mean, now we are, of course, EU-US, but I see these ideas going in the other directions. So I think it's really fascinating.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Simonetta. Thorsten, your final remarks, please.
Sorry, I have to pick up the election topic because
we nearly avoided it. We were so close.
I believe that a lot of important and much more important things than antitrust will depend on that. I'm not so sure whether. I mean, I see your point that. I think the collaboration between the Commission and DOJ and FTPC has always been under whatever government has been to some extent good and close. But of course, the overall direction. I spent some time reading the Heritage Foundation. I could not see any direction in that, but that's another point. But and Europe has to brace itself for the bad outcome, and then the EU still has to stick to its guns and go the way all along. But of course, as a European, as a citizen, I hope for the other outcome.
We'll close it there on that very haunting note, actually, for the future of the US presidential elections later this year. A round of applause, please, for our panelists this afternoon.
We'll meet again in 15 minutes. Thanks. Switch off, please. Yeah, It's coming. Yeah.
I didn't know whether you want to have it on stage.
Please, Sophie, please.
To me, you are Michael, not Michael. What do you prefer? Yeah, Michael König, okay? Well,
Close the door.
Okay, so let's jump straight into the next discussion. For those of you perhaps just joining us, I'm Simonetta Vezzoso, Trento University, and I'm going to moderate this panel on the enforcement of the Digital Markets Act. As most of you in this room know, and online, of course, as well, the 7th of March was so-called Compliance Day for the DMA. And then designated gatekeepers by that day, at the latest, had to comply with the applicable Article 5, 6, and 7 obligations of the DMA. We are now 1 month and 10 days later, correct? 17th? Yeah, okay, sort of. And we pose the question, where do we go from now? But of course, keeping in mind, and I think it's very important to remind us that it's very early days. I mean, it's really very, very early days. So as Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager said a couple of days ago, enforcement is hopefully going to be the focus of the next European Commission. And if gaps exist, they should be assessed after the rules had time to root. I think it's very important. I mean, it's really, of course, we are not patient anymore. That's also another thing. But we should bear that in mind. But even if these are early days, we can start tackling important questions, such as how does DMA enforcement success look like? To discuss these and much more, I'm joined by a fantastic panel, whom I will quickly introduce. So sitting next to me, Michael König, head of unit at DG Competition, European Commission. Then we have Sophie Gappa, who is from the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And then next to her, we have Mark Buse, who is Senior Vice President, Head of Global Government Relations and Policy at Match Group. And last but not least, we have Francesco Versace, who is Associate Director, Government Affairs Europe at Spotify. Okay, so let's get started. And Michael, perhaps I'd like to start with you, since we are now in full DMA enforcement phase. And I'd like to ask you to tell us a bit about a few things. So perhaps the process running to the 7th of March, and perhaps provide a general stake-taking on compliance so far. And then I think very important is also why you choose to start those compliance investigations, not others. And a little bit, of course, of enforcement process going forward. And of course, I'm thinking also possible further gatekeepers, designated gatekeepers. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Simonetta, and thanks to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for inviting me today. I mean, somehow I had the feeling that I was also somehow implicitly present on the panel before, but with the disadvantage that I couldn't speak on it. So, but many thanks for Vittorio for answering some of the questions that I would have liked to answer, and again many thanks to him, and it was really great to have you with us for this period. And it was of great benefit for the two agencies and also for us personally. So this just to say as a connection to the previous panel. So yeah, before we talk about maybe where do we go from here, is to say a bit where are we actually, and in a few words, how did we get there? I'm saying that because there's a lot of fixation on DMA Day, 7th of March. But obviously for us at the Commission, the sort of implementation and enforcement process started much earlier with the designations at the latest, if you want. And we didn't sit down since last September and waited for thicker or thinner compliance reports to land on our desks, but we were actively working with the various gatekeepers, skimming through the different obligations, CPS by CPS, and trying to get as much as possible to effective compliance from day one, which was one of the declared objectives to really have the DMA kick in from the start. And these were mainly bilateral discussions, but also involved in some cases already actively third parties, because we always stress that, you know, to assess effective compliance, the input of third parties is key. And that's why we had on some provisions, 6.5 or Article 7, interoperability or ads transparency, already workshops, exchanges with third parties in the run-up to compliance. So this is just to say that on the one hand, for us, we didn't get so many surprises on the 7th of March. So, it's also that, to explain a bit, the opening and the timing of the opening of the proceedings, because we also got comments that suggested that the Commission may have hastily opened and ventured quickly into cases, which against the background that I just explained to you, obviously is unfounded and just reflects that the DMA, and one of the raison d'etre of the DMA was to act quickly against problems. So then, when we come to the 7th of March and the stock taking, I'm sure that everybody will now very carefully listen what adjective I'm using, whether it's malicious, whether it's minimum, whatever. I think what we should say is like, and as expected, I would say, we see a range. We see a range, obviously, of different types, different approaches to compliance. I think what I should start to also stress is that the 7th of March is not the end or a freeze point when it comes to DMA compliance, rather the opposite. This is a start of a new phase, of enforcement, but it's not a static moment which is the end of the story. Now, if you ask me how I evaluate overall the compliance situation, then I would start with a general observation that I nevertheless believe that the DMA has shaken up the sector and gatekeepers established practices that have over many years been identified as problematic and harmful for contestability, competition, and fairness. And this range from data accumulation across services, where users now have a choice on profiling across services, to defaults, which are now easier to change, to App Store exclusivity as such, where apps now can be distributed via alternative means, app stores, the web directly, progressive web apps. You've all followed these stories, and also last but not least, messenger interoperability. So all very entrenched, closed positions, practices that have been shaken up fundamentally by the DMA. And now we have to zoom into the small print of the compliance reports. And this is where I think the variation starts. And overall, probably one can identify like three broad categories of compliance solutions that mirror our reactions. The first are topics where we had a long engagement already over this pre-7th of March phase, where in our view, the legal provisions are relatively clear and straightforward, and where gatekeepers have taken also a very clear position on how they see the solution, and how they see the law, and the solution is pretty clear. And where we had doubts that those solutions are compliant with these provisions, this is the cases that we opened straight away on the 25th. So this relates to questions of anti-steering, and in particular the question of this being free of charge. This relates to the data combination across services and what is a real choice as a user on whether you give access to your data or not. In the case of these so-called pay or consent models, it's about Article 6.5. In certain scenarios, it's about the question of choices, of choice screens. So these are all elements which were also, in our view, if you want, drivers and key elements in the DMA. In the DMA negotiations and really the raison d'etre, again, of the DMA. So those are areas where we believe we had to open the proceedings relatively quickly, get into investigations. This is not a prejudgment of the findings, but we wouldn't open if there were not at least indications that there's a discrepancy between the solution and what we believe should be done to comply with the law. Then we have a second category, which are provisions which are a little bit more complex, if you want, and where a deeper and also maybe more holistic assessment is required. Yeah, so, and this is, on the one hand, the cases on 6.5 when it comes to Amazon, which is different from the Google case in the sense that the Google case is about how you design the result of the search page, which is very visible, whereas the Amazon questions are around how the algorithm works. Yeah, so there is a difference in visibility and how deep we still have to dig in really establishing whether there is compliance or not. And this also applies to Apple's App Store model, which is in principle about the provision to allow alternative app distribution, but which has many different facets, ranging from fees, from technical requirements, from commercial requirements, and those we have to look at in a more holistic manner to see whether this actually allows, really gives chances for alternative app distribution or not. And then we come to a third category, which I think also has been referred to already earlier in the discussions, which is the provisions that are supposed to create opportunities. And where we have to wait and be patient, as you see, to see how they work in practice. The DMA is about creating opportunities. Data access, for example, is an example, or some of these possibilities. I talked about interoperability, messenger interoperability, where it creates opportunities, and it is for businesses to take them up, and then it's also for consumers to choose. And I think in a certain way, we shouldn't underestimate a certain inertia upon consumers. We all know that. And that users maybe have to get used again to having a choice. Because so far, gatekeepers decided which apps you should use as a default. And now there's a choice screen where you have a choice. And I think that is something where I think we cannot expect things to happen straight on day one. But we have to give a bit more, as you said, patience to these opportunities to be taken up before we take really stock and a bilan. Now, as a last point, a few words about the way forward, and I think we can certainly deepen this as we focus in the discussion further. Obviously, we will now work with full intensity on the open cases. We have a 12 months timeline to conclude them. There are questions, how realistic is this? We believe this is realistic, and we will make not only our best endeavors, but really all endeavors to stay in this timeline. It is, of course, also a question on how gatekeepers react in these, because overall, what we're after is not record fines. What we're after is solutions. Yeah? So we have definitely the intention to work towards solutions, but at the same time, this time frame also allows us to put a limit to delaying tactics and to drag out proceedings, but come to conclusions and then solutions and indications relatively quickly. Now, these cases that we looked into or opened are, of course, not the end of it. I already said that there are some areas that we need to look more deeply into, where we are announced investigative measures. it is not excluded that more enforcement cases will be opened. So this is just too early to tell, but just to say that this is not the end for a longer period. And then for the rest, what is called the regulatory dialogue obviously continues on fine-tuning certain solutions that are out there, and where indeed we are reliant on feedback from third parties, from concrete users, on whether they work. If you allow me just a last part on looking even way forward, because it was a lot discussed. Are there already gaps in the DMA? How do you evaluate that? Is the DMA already behind the curve? In terms of addressing the key issues that are hot today. I think maybe two things. First, as I already said, let's give some, have some patience for the rules to work out that create these opportunities. Then secondly, there are additional tools, flexibility tools in the DMA. We can do new obligations. We can refine the obligations. We can also designate new gatekeepers qualitatively, even if they don't meet the thresholds. So I think that's to be taken into account. AI was also mentioned a lot. Again, I think we have to look at different dimensions. There's a dimension of concentration in the sector, where we look more towards merger control. But there's also has been said that all or most of the AI applications, they are integrated in other services. And if you see the last layer in this fantastic slide on AI concentration, the last layer were all services that are CPSs and designated as gatekeepers. So as far as AI is used to power designated CPSs, it is covered in that respect. Yeah. And then I think then, of course, we also have to be honest about what the DMA is and what it was designed for, which was to pick up established or most egregious practices that were observed and provide a faster tool against it, a more effective tool than the ones that were out there. And it is built on experience. So I think there is clear that there will be new things out there. The complementarity role of competition law will come in here. And then it is clear that the DMA is a kind of regulation that will need to be updated on the basis of this experience. But this is, as I said, for the future, let's focus on making it work on the items that are covered today.
Thank you so much. A lot to chew on there. But perhaps before we come back to some of the things interesting points you raised, for instance, also the incipient gatekeeper. Somebody is not a gatekeeper yet, but because of network effects, I mean, there are so many tools in the DMA. It's a treasure trove of different things you could apply. But perhaps I move to Francesco. And my question to you is, your take, again, on DMA, what DMA success might look like when it comes to the App Store markets and app marketplaces. And also, if you have, and I guess you have, some initial reflections on what we have seen so far in terms of compliance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simonetta, and thank you very much to the Foundation for the kind invitation. This is my favorite topic. Some might say this is Spotify's favorite topic because we speak about that so much. Actually, we would like not to speak anymore about it because it means that the issues are solved. But clearly, we are on a journey here. The DMA is a journey. It starts with a very promising first point, which is a very strong text, very strong legislation, with a very committed enforcer, with very clear power. So that's already very good. And I think we are a long way that journey. And where we see at Spotify that we are now is that in some cases, and I'm referring to app stores in particular, our feeling is that we are not there yet. We are not there yet in the sense that while some concepts of the DMA have been accepted by gatekeepers, from Apple and Google, in terms of making the app stores a bit more open and the ecosystems a bit more open. Thinking, for example, the good data about browsers that came out a few weeks ago. Our feeling when it comes to app stores and mobile ecosystems and operating systems is that we're not there yet.
And I think there are mainly two reasons behind this, if I look at what's been proposed by the gatekeepers so far. One is that even when the DMA is very clear, and I'm thinking, for example, about the steering obligation that Michael mentioned, Article 5.4, which basically mandates steering free of charge, we haven't seen anything on the table that really reflects that obligation. The other point I would make, there are many points to make, but to me the other one I want to focus on is the emergence of alternatives. Two objectives of the DMA when it comes to mobile ecosystems is the emergence of alternatives when it comes to app stores and when it comes to payment systems. Basically allowing developers and consumers to avail of choices which compete on the prices, compete on security, compete on many other terms. The way in which the opening up to alternative app stores and payments has been conceived so far, in what we have seen so far, we believe is not, we're not there yet. We're not there yet because there are many elements of friction when it comes, for example, to the journey that the consumer and the developer needs to make to get to the point of availing of the alternatives. And there are elements, economic impediments, mainly behind the fee structure that gatekeepers have proposed. And we are really happy to see that both on the steering element, but also potentially on the fee structure, the Commission has mentioned in the press release announcing the investigations that these are topics that they want to look into. And actually that's a very good step of the journey. And so I think this is, if I have to answer what the DMA has brought, my answer is we don't know yet. So we have a very promising first start, but what comes out of the investigations that are underway for us is really critical to determine success. Yes, definitely. So thank you so much. And Mark, my question to you is rather similar to the one I posed to Francesca, but perhaps a little bit more a global perspective, because I mean, it's not, well, we have been discussing US, EU, but there are so many other initiatives worldwide looking at the DMA, so that perspective is also quite interesting. So what are they looking at? Because I think you have also that global perspective, which is very interesting.
So thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation and allowing us to be here. So I'll look at this slightly differently. I'm not a lawyer proudly. I came out of the US political system. I worked in the Senate for 20 years. And we look at this globally as a path. And DMA, the EU regulators, are in fact leading that. I was just talking earlier about, I think we've learned through experience. We've seen decisions in the US that one could argue the gatekeepers have ignored. We saw a law pass in Korea. I mean, I spent a good chunk of COVID in Korea working with the legislature there, and those legislators did firmly believe they were going to pass a law and companies would just comply. What we've seen is that gatekeepers are going to hold on to whatever power they have. They're publicly traded companies. They have an obligation to do that. I don't fault them for it. But when we look at this in a global perspective, nothing right now exceeds the level of authority that the DMA has given to the regulators here in Europe. We believe wholeheartedly it will drive the US to act and to do more. We think it's already done that. One could fault legislation. Congress is Congress. It never gets anything done. We're good at that. Fine. But we see now real action occurring. So we are very optimistic. And we see additional global perspectives looking at this. I mean, we were just talking to officials in Japan who specifically asked, how is the DMA working, what needs to be done more. You have, in Japan, a huge market for Apple, for example, and you see progress. So we feel very upbeat. Yes, we think there's a lot more to be done. Yes, we fully expect for the gatekeepers to continue to try to thwart progress. But I believe at the end of the day, they know they will have no choice. They're going to just push those limits as much as possible. You know, I heard German officials earlier talking about how they may just have to get really tough and say, we're going to take action. I'd met with Mr. Breton 2 years ago who said, we will draw a line. I think that is all going to be needed and necessary. But if there's one organization that's up to the task, I do believe, you know, the Commission and DG Comp and DG Connect are those organizations. They are committed, and so we feel rather upbeat.
Thank you so much. No pressure on me here. Yeah. Okay, so Sophie, thank you. Sorry for the patience before I pose your question. Well, my question to you, of course, again, what does DMA success look like, also from Germany, from the German perspective? And of course, we have seen that the German government has been very keen on making the DMA a success, also by introducing some amendments to the German competition law, by facilitating private action. And then, of course, there is the question of resources. And also from the German government, I think there are interesting proposals how to provide for more resources for enforcement. So your take.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And thanks for this question, because I think your question really points to one of the core interests that we as the German government really try to pursue in the negotiations of the DMA, and then also from the entry into force. And of course, as a member state, now the Commission is the sole enforcer, but we really tried through the entire process to make sure that the DMA can really make a difference on the digital markets. And I think I can only congratulate the Commission to this first step that they did on Compliance Day. But as Michael pointed out correctly, it's only the starting point. I think it's a good signal, which really shows to gatekeepers that we will not be patient, but we will act swiftly and with all the tools that we have at the hand. To make the DMA work. And I really have to say I'm fully confident that the Commission will do the best work, as Michael said. However, I think there are two potential constraints for this very difficult task, and these are resources and the rules that we have. And I would like to touch both of them pretty briefly. So, first, really, resources. You mentioned that's one of the topics that's really one of our concerns. And we really want to ensure that the Commission has all the resources at hand to make the DMA work. And I think the solution must be twofold. First of all, on the one hand, we need to top up the Commission's financial resources by introducing an annual monitoring fee. And maybe it might sound a little crazy to say gatekeepers will have to pay for being monitored by the Commission, but I have to say, actually, the levying of supervisory fees is a standard that's practiced in different sectors. I just want to mention one, which is the banking sector, where we have supervisory fees at the European Central Bank and also at rating agencies. And we also have a very good role model in the digital sphere, because we have a system like that in the Digital Services Act. And I think it's worth to discuss whether we need the same for the DMA. On the other hand, we have to make sure that we can provide some relief and take some of the work from the Commission so that they can really focus on the priorities. And I just want to briefly mention three options that we have at hand. First, we can really enable national competition authorities to do some of the investigation work. In Germany, we have empowered the Bundeskartellamt to do exactly that. While the Commission, of course, remains the sole enforcers, they can do some of the groundwork. Second, we have to make additional use of the national instruments that we have. In Germany, it's Section 19a, and I think a recent decision of the Bundeskartellamt taken in October on Google and data really showed that this is a tool that can really complement what the Commission is doing. And then third, and you also mentioned that already, is private enforcement. I think it's really important that we make sure that private power can also be curbed by private action, by private players. And we have a well-established system of private enforcement in competition law. However, the DMA is not competition law, and therefore we extended our legal framework that's already existing to the DMA to make sure that in German national courts there won't be any unnecessary obstacles. Yeah, and then so just briefly, because it has been touched by so many speakers before me, is the second potential constraint, and that is the rules of the DMA. And I think we discussed many times that the DMA is precise and has to be because it's self-enforcing. On the other hand, now we have to really ask ourselves the question whether the rules are sufficient and flexible enough to address some of the current developments, and in particular generative AI. I think Michael totally correctly pointed out that some services are already in the scope of the DMA due to the way that AI is used and how it is accessed, and therefore is basically covered by the DMA. But I think we really need a thorough assessment and kind of an impact assessment to see whether there's a need to really adapt the rule book. And I think it's a very difficult question, because you said, or Marie Verstey said, we need to be a little patient. And I think that's correct, but we also have to be prepared. And so maybe we now have to do the groundwork and really think about these questions, because we shouldn't be too late. So I think in some regards, the DMA now has to really show that it is the right tool to have these effects, but we also will have to see and to test where we have to do some further work.
Thank you so much for that. Is there anything you would like to add to the question of flexibility of the DMA, Mark or Francesco?
Yeah, so the one thing comes to mind is we're going to see the rules tested. And as much as we can use other authorities to do that work, we have to do that. We have to maximize the approach. From an electoral standpoint, these next 6 months are going to be absolutely vital. Consumers will either realize and feel the benefits, or if not, the DMA will be a failure because it won't drive additional action by companies who are being driven for profits. So what is really key, we think, is to act in a way that will produce consumer results quickly. We have European elections, we have US elections, Korea just had elections, India's having elections. People will vote on their pocketbook. I mean, that's just a proven given. And DMA is the vehicle right now, if it's utilized correctly, that can produce those results. And one of the reasons, like Match talks about this a lot, Match has said, we'll lower prices. Apple and Google always say you won't. We say it publicly. Give us the opportunity and we will lower our prices to our users. That's meaningful, it's impactful, and it's real. And we have to maximize that ability.
Thank you. Francesco? Sorry, please.
Yeah, just maybe to say that I think we have to sort of structure this from two angles. One angle is, how do we make the DMA, the current DMA, work? How do we make sure that it creates the opportunities, but that these opportunities translate into tangible advantages for both businesses and consumers? And I think this is what you're talking about. And this is why, you know, can just say that, you know, we are more than determined, you know, to make this work. We put, you know, I have a very, very motivated team who is really working literally day and night to really make this difference for the businesses and for the users. I, of course, can say there are never enough resources. You know, you will never hear, you know, an enforcer that, you know, oh no, we don't need more resources. But I will also give a reassurance that, you know, the team that we have and the experiences and the skills that follows a little bit what Vittorio said on, you know, partly internal, partly some, you know, still institutional expertise in a joint research center, but then also relying on outside expertise, I think should equip us to make a difference, to really make a difference. But I don't anticipate, you know, future legislative changes, questions about fees. Again, that is, I think, not for me to comment on. And then we have the other question on what are the new things out there, and are we prepared, and should we get prepared? And I think I fully agree that, you know, and I think this is not, I don't think that this is what Commissioner EVP Westerberg was meaning when he said, let's give, you know, the DMA a chance. I think this was referred to the first pillar. It's saying like, yes, it has to work, and you know, opportunities have to be taken up, and it will take a moment, and not, you know, from one day to another. But I think it doesn't relate to the question, are there new things out there that we should be prepared and where we shouldn't be behind the curve, but rather on top of it, and what are the right tools? And I think this assessment is definitely valuable, and any input in this discussion is necessary. I already mentioned, you know, competition law was meant to complement the DMA precisely for new things, for new upcoming problems, issues, practices. And, you know, whether there is a need for others is really, you know, worth a thorough analysis.
Thank you so for that. Francesco, any comment on flexibility?
Yeah, I want to make 2 points on enforcement. The first one is a recognition that when there were cases of blatant infringement over the past few weeks, the Commission took very swift action. I'm thinking of, for example, the termination of Epic developers' account in the EU, the action on the progressive web apps. So we believe actually that could be, that's a very good sign, and could be also a very good hint of how committed the Commission team is. I also appreciate the fact that the Commission has really focused the investigations on what we believe are like very, very important topics. And maybe it's good to have a step-by-step approach where you start with, and it's already a lot, of course, because these are very complex issues to some extent. But you start with those, and then you build up future cases in case they arise. So I think that's very good. I'm totally with Mark when he says that there is a lot of movement, and there is also a lot of expectation from all quarters of the world. There are a lot of countless companies who reach out to us to ask about the DMA, and of course then we also refer them to the Commission, but we give our perspective, and it's very interesting. So there is there are like these big spotlights on the DMA from all quarters of the world.
Thank you so much. I have no idea how much time we have left, Pedro. Sorry for that, because totally 8 minutes maximum. Okay, so I would have questions, but perhaps it's better we all, please. Okay, there's a question there. Yeah. Yes.
Michael Koenig about the investigation. So if there are findings on a particular gatekeeper, is the Commission considering to also apply these findings to similar services of other gatekeepers, for instance, via the specification tool? And what I have in mind is simply that the Commission is investigating Apple regarding the uninstallation of apps on iOS, but it's also a problem that we are seeing on Android, which is not directly investigated. And so I'm wondering if it's something that will be basically, serve as a model across gatekeepers.
Yeah. Should I directly take some more?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Amazing panel. I have a question to you, Michael. I have recently read a piece by one of the most impactful competition law academic, Paolo Ibanez, who noticed that among different juristic novelties of the DMA, there is one which has not been very often discussed, namely the provision of Article 8 and some others, which give the Commission the opportunity to exercise their quite rich discretion without adopting formal decisions, and thus minimizing judicial, or trying to distance themselves as much as possible from judicial review, because without formal decision it would be impossible. Do you think this option will be used, and what would be the role of judicial review in the following years? It's crystal ball gazing, I imagine. And also a question to you, Sophia. Do you expect, as the public authority, to provide some steering to Bundeskartellamt and maybe somehow indirectly to the Commission? Because the open-ended goals of fairness and contestability envisage some interpretation, and I imagine we witness from these discussions on corporate services that where you have vocal, eloquent, prudent and colorful business users who know what they want and who can shape their messages in a refined and appealing way. Mark, I applaud your contribution to the UK Digital Market Competition and Consumers Bill. It was really impressive. But who is proxy of whom? Ultimately, it should be public mission, and we use business users to achieve this public mission, or vice versa. So my question to you, Sophia, is, do you plan to communicate directly or indirectly to steer BKA in one way or another? Thank you.
Is there any other, or shall we? Okay, please.
Ladies first.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. Of course, we continue to speak to competitors and the industries. However, the Bundeskartellamt as well as the European Commission are independent, and we really respect their independence in taking and working on these concrete cases. While we of course also signal priorities. We even put out a priority paper, but which is not on specific cases, but more on the general priorities where we believe which kind of obligations of the DMA have a real important political value and will affect many businesses and create very important business opportunities. But we're not involved in specific cases, and we won't do that. And it's even the legal framework which does not allow us to do so. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Many thanks for the two really great questions, because they give me the opportunity, and they are kindly a bit linked, yeah, because they talk and give me the opportunity to talk about some of the more innovative tools in the DMA. You mentioned Article 8, for example. But first of all, I think like with also other enforcement decisions, and here taking the analogy to competition law, although the DMA is different, but it is clear that if you take up a certain issue in one case, it has a precedent value. And we hope that it also has a deterrent value towards others. If we see that we, picked up a certain practice or behavior with one gatekeeper and sanctioned it, that this is a clear signal that others will follow if they don't, take this into account. Then for the tool of Article 8, which is, if you want, coming in the possibilities for the Commission to give more specific guidance on how the Commission sees effective compliance. And here the DMA has several tools, more binding and less binding, and more individual and more horizontal. Yeah, so it's really kind of a matrix. If you want Article 8, the specification decision is binding and individual, but obviously because it is addressed to an individual company, and also because it's a decision, it can be appealed. But of course it has equally a precedent value and is even more specific in outlining what the Commission would see as compliance. more than in a let's say in a non-compliance decision, where it's basically typically a finding that what has been done is not compliant, but it leaves a certain margin on how specific we are in saying what should be done. Yeah? So I think the specification decision is in particular in scenarios where maybe it is less black and white on what compliance is, and where it is useful to give really also very visible guidance on how we see it. But as I said, it is still individual, addressed to a company, and it is subject to judicial review. Then we have more horizontal tools, which are guidelines, where we have a very broad empowerment to issue guidelines on any issue in the DMA. And this is horizontal, but less binding. So it is not addressed to an individual company or companies generally. It is binding on our enforcement practice. It gives visibility and predictability about our potential enforcement policy, but it is a more horizontal tool. And then I think what you wanted to refer to is what is often referred to as the regulatory dialogue in Article 8, and the possibility of an exchange between the Commission and the gatekeeper, giving indications there. But this is something that, if you want, we already exercised before the 7th of March, and which we will continue in areas simply because this is regulation. So I think we also shouldn't get lost in a rapid fire of individual cases, which will draw resources, which are subject to litigation. What we also have in mind is to keep an ongoing dialogue and allow a more holistic view on the overall solutions and how they interact, because many obligations interact with each other, many CPSs interact with each other, so we need also to have this dialogue in a more holistic way, and then, where necessary, pick up individual parts where we then move to a more specific enforcement. And I think this is the spirit of this regulatory dialogue that is mentioned also in Article 8. Because we were talking, sorry, just to add on, because there was also a question about innovative tools. There was a lot of talk about structural or the need potentially for structural solutions. I just wanted to add a reminder that this is also a possibility under the DMA when we see a repeat infringement, which is presumed if we have 3 findings of non-compliance in a period of 8 years.
Okay, so on this note, we thank so much our panelists, and because I think we have run out of time, is correct? Yes. Or I don't know, I'm just...
The 6 horsemen are waiting for us, so yeah, we can close the...
Okay, thank you so much, thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
The last 15 minutes of the first day. Needless to introduce Johnny Ryan. You remember a couple of years ago, the motto of the summit was "Competition Matters," but this time we have a message with Johnny to the new Commission, since October matters, and this October matters particularly, because this Commission will take office at a moment when we finally see digital's true face. No more naivety. Now we understand digital is opportunity and hazard. Geopolitics has changed, that's obvious. War is at our border, uncertain outcome. Old allies are unstable. Potential adversaries are gathering their strength. So our political debate is drifting toward hysteria and hate sometimes. And our planet is warming. Our children are online in a playground that may not be safe necessarily. So the next Commission, Johnny, will have to widen the lens, so to say. and grasp a complex of problems. And we have identified totally 6 potential horsemen, and hopefully the new commission is going to listen to us. The floor is yours.
So let me take you through the horsemen. If we could get these slides up on the screen, perfect. We start with a black slide. This is planned. This is intended. It gives a sense of pessimism. But Pancho and I have a piece today in Tagspiel, and hopefully it's not as pessimistic as that first slide suggests. What we're writing about this morning are the big challenges for the next commission. Now, it's useful to have a visual aid, so let's take one from Albrecht Dürer from 1498. There are only 4. I'm aware of this. Pancho's aware of this. Let's go through the horse persons. Much has changed since this was sketched. The horse persons of the apocalypse. Now, the first horse person of the apocalypse is apparent to everyone immediately, and that is that the quality of information in our democracy is collapsing. This on its own is enough to threaten our European way of life and our values and the sustainability of our democracy. There are at least 2 reasons, but let's look at the first one. I spoke about this one here on this stage with Pancho's very kind invitation back in 2021. It's the broken ad system, it's the broken ad market. I will summarize about an hour-long presentation by saying, in general, on almost every website and app when you visit, information about you is sent out to many, many, many parties so that an auction can be conducted, so that potential advertisers have an opportunity to bid money for the chance to have their ad shown to you on that page. That was a long sentence, but it's a complicated technology. Now, the effect of that technology is that a publisher that spends an awful lot of money producing journalism has their audience sent out into the wilderness, literally. And that audience can then be monetized by the bottom of the web, by disinformation. And that system also enables an absolutely enormous fraud. It's called ad bot fraud, but I explained it a few years ago. I will save you from it because we're at the end of a very long day. Let me give you the second of the 2 reasons, and this is immediately apparent to you as well. On almost every very successful digital platform, there is an algorithm known as a recommender system that, based on a profile of you, it could be something as simple as where you pause in a video. That will reveal your sexuality very often, depending on the video. That kind of data is being used to figure out what makes you tick. And the system then knows how to push your buttons, what information to show you in the feed to keep you on the system for longer. And that's how they make money. It's called engagement-based recommender systems. So that's horseman or horseperson 1. Now let's turn to horseperson 2. Before I do, just on this second point, when we look at solutions to that point, the DSA is interesting, but so too is the existing AVMSD, the Audio Visual Media Services Directive. We have the tools today to solve these problems. That's a theme we'll come back to. The second horseperson of the apocalypse is immediately obvious if you grasp the first one. If we are allowing ourselves to broadcast information about what every single voter is reading, watching, and listening to all day long, and where they're moving in the real world, we are creating a risk that they can be profiled and manipulated by adversaries, by non-state actors, not necessarily by our own political parties, but by anyone who has an interest in interfering with the European election. And we have examples of this. Now let's turn to the third horseperson of the apocalypse. In November, we at ICCL in Force released 2 studies showing how that broadcasting of data exposes Europe's, let me make sure I'm on the right one here, broken markets. Wrong horseperson. I should be thinking about broken markets here. Back in 2021, I gave a presentation showing how the cross-use of data, not just between services, but between processing purposes in data protection law, allows a cascade of a monopoly within an entity. In one business, having built on the merits a database in one silo of the business, it can then cross-use that data into the next line of business and cascade its advantage. Now, there's many other parts, as we know, to the broken market, and it is very hopeful, having heard what we heard in the last session, that there's a good sense of urgency and action at DG Comp and elsewhere to address it. Let's turn to national security, or war, or union security. In November, I mentioned that report that looked at how the broadcast of data about everyone exposes sensitive European personnel, military, security, industry leaders, our generals, our judges, our political leaders, to compromise by potential foreign adversaries. The most intimate things about their lives, literally available for sale. And we can say that with some certainty because in that report, we had acquired some indications of the data from a data broker when we posed as a purchaser. Now, it's not just things like real-time bidding and the online advertising system that we ought to be worried about. In the hotel that I'm staying at, the Pestana Hotel around the corner, when I go into the lift, the elevator, right outside is a Hikvision camera. Hikvision is a brand name. It's a Chinese internet-connected camera. They're very, very cheap. All over Dublin, where I live, on the public transport, in our military bases, outside, and apparently it turns out inside our parliament, these Chinese state-subsidized cheap cameras are installed. Our public and private sector in Ireland is installing these cameras. They're internet connected, and a quick perusal of their specifications, which are public, shows that they've facial recognition on the device. So it's not just the ad tech system, it's not just the cameras. We have a rather cavalier approach to this particular horseperson when it comes to digital and data beyond the what you normally think of as cybersecurity sphere. Okay, the fifth of our 6 horsepersons, and here we see the common person trampled underfoot by the horses. We have to invent horse people from now on in this woodcut from several hundred years ago. There are unfortunately more than 4 now. The fifth one is AI and labor, but not merely job displacement. Another problem with AI and labor is that an increasing share of our workforce will almost inevitably, it seems, be working for a master that it cannot understand, cannot really negotiate with, is not allowed to know. If this doesn't get people out on the street, very, very angry and ready to overthrow the system, one has to wonder what will. Now, the final horse person of the apocalypse is created by all of the others together. Everything I've described, all of it, involves getting very, very big computers, as certainly the first 4, to do things that are illegal under existing law. And maybe the fifth one too. Let's see. This is about getting big, heavy computers to do processing that should not be occurring. I'm not anti-innovation. I'm not anti-industry. I used to teach innovation. I used to work in industry. But this is a cost that is not normally acknowledged from the first 5 horse people. So let's list them all so we can get a grasp of what we're facing. And maybe there are other ones too. Media, elections, war, markets, labor, carbon. And one thing I didn't mention, but it was in the slide, is that in that first one, media, we also have acute child harm. I'll give you an example of that. On Irish television yesterday night, I was in a documentary where the journalist running the documentary had posed as a 13-year-old child. And she set up a totally new account on a system called TikTok. And on TikTok, posing as a 13-year-old Irish girl, she looked at the default feed. It shows you 10 videos. She picked any that indicated an interest in sadness. And she continued to do this. Within about 15 minutes, she was then being pushed self-harm videos by TikTok's algorithm. And for the adults in the room, that is it's $H. They don't write self-harm, it's $H. Within 27 minutes, she was being pushed suicide videos, glamorizing suicide, with tags like @tempt, attempt. That's what we're up against, also with Horseperson 1. Now, one thing that we need to guard against, and I'm delighted in the last panel there was no sense of it at all, but there certainly has been, I think, in some parts of the present Commission, is this word incremental. I've often heard, listen, we're taking an incremental approach. Incremental is not appropriate when you're facing a crisis. We need urgency. And more than urgency, we need the incoming president of the next European Commission to have a way to harness all of the resources of the Commission and also to interact with the member states. So let's have an idea about what that might look like. So first, whoever the president is, if it's Ms. von der Leyen or someone else, that person, we hope, will take a whole-of-Commission approach. And that approach means that at the president's cabinet, there is leadership of a task force for a sustainable digital future. Right? That's media, protecting children, all of the issues that we've looked at. Now, that task force has to have, it seems appropriate, a commissioner who it works with. Now, that commissioner may be an existing commissioner, it may be a new one, but a focus, a structural focus. And this task force then is setting goals for cross-commission teams. We have an example of that with DMA, with the DG Comp and DG Connect finding ways to work together to implement this new law. But we need to see more of that matrix structure where responsibility is clearly held somewhere. Now, all of this implies political will, a political will on the part of the next president to do these things that are necessary to protect our way of life in a competitive way, in a sustainable way. And that also means sometimes a little bit of confrontation with key member states. And who are those member states? What are the tools we need to use? We'll come back to the tools in a moment. If the GDPR is as fundamental to some of these problems as I would suggest it is, there are other tools too. We need to see a political will to start talking about the problem. I am not one of those who advocates for a reopening and rewrite of the GDPR. I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting the Commission, the next Commission, do its job as the guardian of the treaties and ensure that European law is actually applied. And what's the law? We've got incredibly useful tools that have not been applied to these problems in the GDPR. We've got competition law, including the DMA. We've got the AVMSD, DSA, and various other tools. So let me leave you, not with pessimism, but with optimism. It is clear that the next Commission is going to deal with major grand challenges of our era: climate, security, competitiveness, very much on the agenda now, a reconsideration of the assumptions we've had in the economy over the last 15 years, but also digital. And we cannot just confront these issues in little silos. That is what has allowed them to grow. We need to confront them together. So, Pencho, maybe we should leave for the next bit of the conversation everyone with some reading that they might want to do today. And I don't know, do we have a discussion or do we let everyone go? You decide.
Up to you. If you have one follow-up question, we can go for it. Otherwise, you said we have to stop being incremental. So maybe it's time to really do some structural issue and maybe continue during the reception, the talk.
Very decisive. Thank you, Pencho.
So you have the full story at Tagesspiegel background, and we hope that we are going to publish the original English version soon, Johnny. And we hope that colleagues of Michael are going to listen and are going to take us seriously. We've done it for you. Many thanks. That was the first day, and I'm glad to see you again with a glass of wine. Welcome. How you make it, when?
This afternoon. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I came on Monday evening. I had meetings on Tuesday. Tuesday, yesterday. What day is today? Yesterday. Yeah, that's good.